Chapter 16. Our Self-Imposed Prison. Beliefs, Biases and Bullshit. Theme B. Men are not prisoners of fate, but only prisoners of their own mind. Franklin Roosevelt, American President. Unfucking what's been fucking you. Despite almost 40 years passing, I still remember my third grade show and tell. Excited, I galloped to the front of the class. In my hands was a remote-controlled dune buggy with big tread tires and a cutesy flag pulling its tailgate. I started my presentation by matter-of-factly stating my cool toy was a gift from Santa Claus. Whoops! Big mistake. The classroom snorted laughter. In seconds, my suspicions were confirmed. Santa Claus wasn't real. And let's just say the rest of the third grade didn't go so well. As you can see, grasping a wrong belief, a wayward bias, or a piece of bullshit can have consequences, even for an 8-year-old kid. Represented by the upper portion of the lower triangle within the unscripted entrepreneurial framework, the 3 B's are the mind maps driving or derailing your personal transformation. They are beliefs, what you think is true that necessarily isn't. Biases, your mental shortcuts and default assumptions, either reaffirming or protecting your beliefs. Bullshit, your internalized narrative about why things are, or simply, the bullshit you sell yourself. Many of us wander through life thinking we are architecting our will, living uniquely and brilliantly with purpose. But the truth is, we aren't. Behind the curtain, our brains are recycling impulsive and reflexive actions based on our pre-programmed 3 B's. These beliefs, biases, and bullshit buoy the scripted OS telling us what to think, what to say, and what to do. Life stuck in a rut? The 3 B's are the shovels that dig. Trouble starting or finishing? Look to the ground. The 3 B's are the trip wires. Until these wayward code blocks are reprogrammed, unscripted pursuits are likened to road tripping with 4 flat tires. The enemy within your brain. I admit it. I'm a vitamin junkie. I think I have taken every fat burner and muscle builder out there. However, my madness is not about a shortcut, it's about leveraging the psychological power of my brain, otherwise known as the placebo effect. Ingesting the latest hot pill gives me the psychological edge of belief. In my conversations with aspiring entrepreneurs, it's clear many dismiss their brain power. Take for instance, when I mention beliefs, I can guarantee many readers will skip this section. Meh, not important, just tell me how to make money, give me exact steps. The reality is your brain is the battlefield for success, more so than any actions that come later. If your brain didn't skew results, why does the scientific method require placebos? Your mind delivers a psychological impact, so impactful that it must be scientifically accounted. For example, try this experiment I learned in competitive sports. Stand up and look straight ahead. Extend your hand outward and point. Now swivel your torso to the left or right as far as you can go. Notice where your hand is pointing and landmark it. Now return to your normal standing position and close your eyes. Now visualize yourself swiveling back to the same position, except this time see yourself going farther. Visualize yourself swiveling with tremendous ease, limber and flexible. Do this for 30 seconds. Now open your eyes and once again point forward and swivel. Voila! You now should be able to swivel your body much farther than originally. Your mind is understatedly powerful. In fact, I owe 3 orthopedic surgeries to this amazing power. By using visualization at the gym, I ably lifted staggering weight that guys twice my size couldn't lift. My brain's visualizations made these heavy lifts possible. However, after years of defying my small frame, my joints finally said, no freaking more. As you can see, belief's psychological impact doesn't correlate to truth or effective action. A falsely held belief is equally as powerful as one that is true. The difference, however, is what follows. A response imbued with a true belief is actionable knowledge. A response compelled by a false belief manifests as a mistake, an illusion, or an inaction. Sure, I could believe and ultimately bench press 335, but my joints would eventually expose the truth. Exposing our beliefs as either truths or falsities clarifies whether our actions are based upon actionable knowledge or misperceived delusion. Take for example the belief that your wife is trustworthy. You might question this belief when, for the first time in years, your wife buys some sexy Victoria's Secret goodies. Suddenly you suspect she might be cheating, and the belief is questioned. This suspicion might not incite action, other than waiting to see if anything else fits your suspicions. Weeks, perhaps months, may pass. Conversely, when you return home early from a business trip and catch her naked with Ricardo the pool man, you have moved from questionable belief to actionable knowledge. She's cheating. Proof constitutes an immediate belief shift followed by action. Old belief, my wife is trustworthy. New belief, my wife cannot be trusted. Action, I want a divorce, I am moving out, Ricardo, meet my fist. Validated beliefs unveil truth, and truth is the best basis for decision making. On the flip side, false beliefs do the opposite, they produce either inaction or errant action. In self-help circles, such lies are called limiting beliefs. Under psychiatric diagnostic criteria, they aren't so kind, they are called delusions. For example, if you believe in Santa like I did, you might leave him cookies on Christmas Eve and hope your name isn't on his naughty list. Believe that broke bloggers' advice that do what you love is the secret to success and you might fail 20 businesses. Believe that suicide is the doorway into an alien spacecraft tailing Comet Hale-Bopp and you might kill yourself like the 39 believers of the Heaven's Gate cult did in 1997. As you can see, delusional beliefs cause erroneous actions. But their consequences don't end there. Delusional beliefs also cause erroneous inactions. For example, if you believe entrepreneurship is risky, you'll avoid starting a business. If you are a woman and believe lifting weights makes you big, you'll avoid lifting weights. If you believe the earth is flat, you'll avoid a Carnival cruise. Actually, no one should ever cruise Carnival, but that's another story. The point is, delusional beliefs cause both flawed action and inaction, spitting out one gigantic shitstorm of undesirable consequences. And sorry, because life isn't a book, turning the page isn't an option, you suffer the consequences. Unfortunately, on your unscripted quest, you'll battle many conspirators affirming your delusions and keeping your 3BS script aligned. Until they are addressed, nothing changes. Simply put, the road to fuck you starts with unfucking the things that are fucking you. Flawed premises yield flawed results. Different results need different premises. If your brain was a separate person who spoke to you daily, would you label it a friend and an ally? Or a naysaying enemy? Chapter 17. The lies we believed. The 8 belief scams. A man who wants to lead the orchestra must turn his back to the crowd. Max Lucado, clergyman and author. 3 men make a tiger. The Chinese proverb, 3 men make a tiger, refers to our ability to accept inaccurate, absurd, or irrelevant information as long as enough people repeat it. In effect, the crowd tells you how to think and live, while critical thinking is shoved under the rug. Reflect on your life's current circumstances and ask yourself, have 3 men put you here? Have 3 men smothered your life in debt? Have 3 men awarded you with an art history degree that can't get you a job? Have 3 men asked you to forsake 5 days of personal sovereignty for 2? Have you surrendered to crowd-based conventions and now you are wondering, crap, is this all there is? Once again, the consensus fallacy underscores the 3 men. When universal ideas are repeated and lived by the majority, they are rarely questioned. Has anyone really stopped and asked why we think and do what we do? Tradition. Because our teachers say so. Because Facebook made it a trending news story. Why are we indoctrinating our kids to follow the same path we have taken when that path has been a token failure? Why do people think trading time for money is the only way to make money? Why do parents force their kids into debt for the promise of jobs that might not exist? Why do couples rush to get married based on their age, not based on the quality of their relationship? Why do Republicans believe that unconstrained capitalism has no effect on the environment? Why do Democrats believe that success should be progressively penalized and that somehow it will translate into better paying jobs? Why do they believe that government bureaucrats are virtuous and selfless, while the citizens they regulate are not? Why has your brain been co-opted by a political party, a church, a news outlet, a blog, a radio station, a Facebook group, or books translated by long-deceased conquerors? You see, anytime you allow a homogeneous group to write your thoughts, you slowly poison free thought. For example, many of my readers have already boxed me into a category. AMJ is one of these libertarian goons with a cache of guns. AMJ is a corporatist. AMJ this, AMJ that. The truth is, if I disclosed my views on hot-button issues, such as religion, gay marriage, or environmentalism, your eyes would pop their sockets because no box fits me. Perhaps that makes me independent, but I call it someone who hasn't crowdsourced their thoughts to the likes of John Oliver and poorly written Saturday Night Live skits. Behind our willingness to outsource thought sits our beliefs. Beliefs are merely concepts, ideas, and thoughts that we regard as true. And no matter what your beliefs, there is an identical group who believes the same. 9/11 was a government conspiracy. You have got a group. Aliens living among us. You have got a group. While we are free to question and investigate our beliefs, few do. Instead, we seek to ratify them through a collective groupthink. And as a result, they escape critique and transcend, year after year, producing the same old results. Many times, these beliefs aren't our original thoughts but carbon copy doctrine planted by seeders or co-opted from the crowds we identify with. In other cases, they are generational, passed from ancestry. Get a job, baby. That's my mom screaming up the stairs. She screeched at me weakly in a voice that could shatter windows and incapacitate an invading infantry. It was after college, and I was still leeching off mom while I struggled to find my entrepreneurial way. My mom was staunchly old school and regularly hurled these "get a job" Hail Marys straight from the scripted playbook. For her, success was earned 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. The point is, thank your parental cedar for some, if not all, of your crowdsourced beliefs. As children, we internalize the beliefs of those around us. If you come from a third-generation military family, you have probably adopted a military mindset. If your parents believe a particular religion, so do you. On my forum, countless young Asian adults complain about their demanding parents who unequivocally, without negotiation, insist they become an engineer or a doctor. The script might as well be etched in stone. Besides parental conditioning, crowdsourced beliefs also come from your usual gang of cedars, authority figures, and communal associations, such as political parties and advocacy organizations. If your favorite actor endorses a particular politician or undertakes a noble crusade to save the dolphins, you will likely adopt a similar belief. If you are a Republican, it's blasphemy if Jim and Joe legally get married. If you are a Democrat, a proposed corporate tax cut feels like a pickpocketing from ExxonMobil. And then there is the worst mind-controlling cedar for belief conscription, the media. Through selective censorship and headlining, the media tells you exactly what to think, when, where, and how much. That anti-gun state senator in California caught gun-running for criminal gangs. Real story, but not important, give it 6 seconds. Miley Cyrus' tongue and her leotard jammed up her ass. Let's give it 5 minutes and the lady. The media has morphed from respectable journalists into a pathetic tribe of useful idiots serving useless idiots, looking for the next hot headline, scripted goulash potted in propaganda, garnished in distraction, and flavored for obedience. Journalism isn't dead but undead, where hyperrealistic red meat is grilled and then fed to an army of hungry zombies couched in their living rooms. As you can tell, turning this tide ain't gonna be easy. The American media is mostly controlled by 6 large corporations, whereas 30 years ago it was diversified among several dozen. Thus, a handful of powerful executives control the media narrative for millions. In the latter half of 2011, the media fermented the stench that was the Occupy Wall Street (OWS) movement. Founded by a Canadian anti-consumer and anti-corporate group, the movement's contentious issues were social and economic inequality caused by corruption, particularly corporatism, banking, and government. When I first heard of the movement, I was like, anti-Wall Street? Anti-consumption? These are unscripted virtues, hell yeah, let me check it out. Unfortunately, after looking deeper into their pet grievances, in my opinion it was nothing but a socialism orgy in a fecal-infested park, a pity party for the lazy, the unemployable, and the intellectually challenged. Of course, their issues weren't about economic inequality, but about wealth redistribution and getting something for nothing. I earned a degree in medieval literature. Aren't I entitled to a $250,000 salary after graduation? The sad thing about the Occupy movement is it had an opportunity to be special, a movement of script awareness and rebellion. Instead, it's a gaggle of Marxist mouthpieces who failed economics and world history. And despite their ridiculous fairy tale Christmas lists, the media erected them their very own bully pulpit cast in scripted gold. Anyhow, OWS doesn't need more grease than I have given. However, one positive of the uprising is worth mentioning. They put "We are the 99% into the national vernacular." Indeed you are. This cute little 99:1 ratio embodies an unscripted truth. Common 99% thinking won't get you uncommon 1% results. Let the crowd do your thinking, and you will indeed believe as the crowd and, unfortunately, find yourself with the results of the crowd. This systematic brainwashing is how mediocrity is born, lived, and then buried. The uncomfortable truth is, our beliefs have been brushed and varnished for years by a brush we haven't owned. Like an antique chair that's been painted over and over, stripping the layers for a fresh coat isn't as easy as a book in one hand and a glass of Merlot in the other. First, old beliefs must be questioned so inattentional blindness is eliminated. Once the seeds of distrust are planted, they can spawn virally, reprogramming old scripted ideas and thought processes, replacing them with new revelations and new ideas, hence generating new actions. And once the seeds root, your reticular activating system, RAS, will give you a helping hand. Rewriting the scripted OS starts specifically by exposing and then polarizing its 8 belief dichotomies. Specifically, when the world thinks white, you are thinking black. When the world is buying, you are selling. It's switching teams from the perennial loser, the 99%, to the perennial winner, the 1%. And yeah, its difficulty is likened to a lifelong Chicago Bears fan abruptly trashing his Ditka sweater and becoming a cheesehead packer. Like the scripted hyperrealities, the 8 belief dichotomies are natively deceptive. In fact, I indict them as cold-blooded scams. Culturally engineered and universally fostered, the belief scams ritualize the scripted life paths, slow-lane sidewalk, producing 99% results aspired by none. Expose, then polarize, the belief dichotomies, and suddenly your results can hobnob in the realm of the 1%. Chapter 18. Belief 8. The shortcut scam. Ordinary doesn't compel extraordinary. Little deeds are like little seeds, they grow to flowers or to weeds. Daniel D. Palmer, founder of Chiropractic. The dichotomy events, 99% versus process, 8%. During a sleepless night in 2015, I finally downloaded Words with Friends, the famous Scrabble-like game played by millions. Considering words are my current livelihood, I figured I'd give it a play. After suffering crushing loss after loss, something smelled rotten. My opponents seemed to be fluent in genetics, molecular biology, and PhD-level horticulture. Played against me were words like amitoses, auxins, and zoya. After a quick search online, I found the sting's source. The game is filled with cheaters. Turns out there are multiple hacks giving players, and I use that term loosely, the best word to play given all options. After uncovering the scheme, I could only shake my head in disgust at my fellow humans. I share this story because it typifies the laziness that plagues society, both mentally and physically. It typifies how the shortcut scam of the event process belief dichotomy keeps mediocre lives mediocre while stifling accomplishment and personal growth. The shortcut scam is the idea that extraordinary results can be achieved by uncovering a secret bypass or a miracle weapon, and such can skirt the real hard work that actually creates the extraordinary results. For example, most infomercials are predicated on the shortcut scam. Busting out of your Calvin's muffin top crying for mercy. No problem, here is a fat suffocating girdle that can compress that huge gut of yours. Your friends will think you have lost 20 pounds overnight. Or better, why bother with corsets when there is the Excel 960 fat shredder pill? Never mind the shit show in the pantry headlined by a Costco-sized crate of Oreos. None of it is a match for Excel 960 fat shredder. Hell, that stuff is endorsed by Dr. Schnoz. And while we're on the subject, have you noticed that every year some diet guru is peddling some hot new secret ingredient that will magically reverse decades of nutritional neglect and make you a supermodel in just weeks? And then, once it's discovered it doesn't work, and the fat dies, next year another super ingredient appears. Coffee bean, Garcinia cambogia, giraffe urine. The same game is played with success and financial independence. Just order my awesome new Internet Secrets program for just 3 easy payments of $39.95. You'll be on your way to millions. But wait, there is more. Act now and you'll get a free website too. Once you fire up this template plug and play website, the cash will roll in. But wait, there is more. Order today and you'll get 1 free month of secret access to our secret toll-free hotline with our secret coaching superstars. Oh, don't worry, these coaches aren't minimum wage stiffs hired off the street. Nope, they are actual millionaires who have so much time on their hands that they are willing to sit in a call center 8 hours a day fielding calls from the fools who believe it. Oh, and my favorite shortcut scheme. It's pharmaceutical companies who aren't in the business of curing disease. They are in the business of obscuring symptoms. Heck, I have suffered through enough drug commercials that I'm thinking prescription drugs are the transformational secret from a sedentary existence into an action-packed life. Moderate to severe depression. Ask your doctor about Axapracoris, and in no time you'll be mountain biking in Italy and ziplining in Costa Rica. Side effects: anal leakage, diarrhea, liver failure, heart palpitations, stroke, and sometimes death. Clearly the product works. Guys who shit their pants and die horseback riding solve their depression. Going back to my word with friends story, the implications of the shortcut scam are clear. My competitors weren't interested in improving game skills, vocabulary, or visual perceptions, the macro process. Instead, the shortcut scam goaded them to install a cheat program so victory could be claimed without effort, the event, while simultaneously misrepresenting that they are brilliant. Not surprising. As bees are to honey, so is the world's thirst for the shortcut. Look everywhere, Buzz Lightyear, the promise of shortcuts, shortcuts, shortcuts. That guru, the drug company, that financial planner, that plastic surgeon, the personal trainer, everyone claims to have the secret shortcut that will make you millions, snuff out that turkey neck, abolish that pregnancy weight, and make you an instant Casanova in bed. Just hand over your cash and the secret is yours. We live in a microwave culture that demands fast results, not next week, not tomorrow, not after breakfast, but now. We want what we want, and we want it quick and easy. The truth is, many folks reading this book are looking for a shortcut. And after they discover there is no shortcut perched on a silver platter, and instead hard work and late nights are required, they'll tweet to their 17 followers that this book is crap. Boo-hoo, AMJ didn't give me the easy button. Event idealism, the road to disappointment. The shortcut scam's genesis comes from a culture that encourages and promotes event idealism while dismissing the process principle. Event idealism is when your behavior is geared toward fabulous outcomes with a predisposition toward short-term gratification and quick results. It denies process, overlooking the necessity of daily rituals and habits, and instead expects fantastic results effortlessly. Conversely, the process principle is an intelligent awareness that extraordinary results require an extraordinary effort consisting of daily habits, routines, and sacrifices. TLDR, to put it another way, the shortcut doesn't exist. Everything in life can be analyzed by the event process model. Its partnership is inseparable as cause and effect. Process slowly heats the cause while events boil the effects. For example, if you bake a souffle, the recipe and the timed mixing of the ingredients are the process, the sight and smell of the finished product are the event. When Michael Phelps wins 9 gold medals in the 2008 Olympics and consequently makes millions in endorsements afterwards, his triumphs are the event. Behind the wins was a grueling process that largely goes ignored: relentless, rigorous training and yearly sacrifices, the daily routines that make the event a possibility. To the untrained brain set on an event idealism, processes that birth great events are largely dismissed and definitely not very interesting. Awakening at subah ke 4 baje and diving into an empty pool to swim laps. Meh. On the other hand, events grab headlines, herd eyeballs, and elicit talk around the water cooler. Gold medals, endorsement deals worth millions. If only I could be so lucky to have such genetics. A 28-year-old entrepreneur who sold his company for $50 million is newsworthy. The fact that he drove a beat-up Civic and hadn't had a vacation in years is not. The unscripted understand that uncomfortable processes precede progress, which causes the event. Without it, progress can't exist, and the event never arrives. And whenever you try to circumvent that process, you become event-driven and vulnerable to shortcuts. And shortcuts cost you money. Take for example diet pills. When you buy the latest diet fad pushed by the latest diet guru, cut the bullshit and admit what you are doing. You are trying to accelerate or buy fitness, the event, instead of suffering exercise and dietary change, the process. When you finance a new Beamer for 72 months, because you are cash short, the event, you are buying success instead of earning success, the process. Heck, if ya can't be rich now, perhaps you can look rich now. 2 hours of nauseating negotiating, a signature on 30 pages of documents, and wham, success. Never mind your rocking new ride parked on your parents' driveway. Another purveyor of an event modality is Hollywood, infecting young, impressionable minds with grandiose event-driven ilk. I could write a book on it, but for the sake of brevity, here is a few paragraphs. A common plot device used by crappy screenwriters is those ex machina, or God from the machine. This is where, seemingly from nowhere, an unsolvable problem or untenable situation is suddenly resolved by a weakly contrived and unexpected event. There is that word again implying quick and magical results. When you are tied up and sentenced to death by Nazis, isn't it fortunate that the Ark of the Covenant spits fire and kills them all? Or how about Earth is getting annihilated by space aliens and they just happened to fail astrobiology, forgetting that bacterial decontamination is space 101. Oh, and there is the sappy chick flicks. How many of them end with a spectacular wedding ceremony? Hitch, Runaway Bride, The Wedding Singer. The list is mountainous, and I haven't even gotten into the new millennium. Anyhow, you know how the closing scene rolls. After a big epiphany that the two jilted lovers can't live without each other, a big wedding event is paraded. Everyone smiles ear to ear while jubilantly dancing with a feel-good song strumming in the background. Bride and groom kiss at sunset. Onlookers cry and smile. Fade out with elevation. Story ends. The credits roll. Happily ever after. Or is it? Hollywood marriage is the ultimate event idealism and molestation of the process principle. In movies, marriage is always represented as a grand event. The expensive affair has spawned the term bridezilla, which is code for a woman who believes a 6-hour event shall be life's pinnacle, something headlining TMZ and stopping Earth from spinning. For the bridezilla who's seen the movies Pride and Prejudice and the 90,000 others, the wedding declares you and your partner have arrived, and happily ever after will be your gift. Just like Facebook, these movies present the sanitized version of marriage, the shared experience, the party, the event. Swept aside is the real process that must come afterwards, the compromise, the growing old together, and the hard work that marriage naturally requires of its partners, the process. Of course, you don't see process. But what you do see are the credits rolling. Your mind fills the gaps and immediately resigns, happily ever after, as an event, not a process. Do 19-year-old bridezillas pissing their panties for a wedding know it's an hour-long event and a marriage is for life? A 50% divorce rate shouldn't shock anyone. Without process, it's just two delusional people sharing expenses and suffocating under the shortcut scam. The Hollywood marriage plotline is one example of how the media subliminally frames us into event idealism, and one that is destructive not only to marriage but to life. Events become the focus, and process becomes the proverbial red-headed stepchild. Event idealism is the secret to accomplishing nothing and failing at everything. For example, another event-driven consequence evolving from shortcut thinking is what I call action faking. Action faking, as opposed to action taking, is when you take solitary and or uncommitted action that is not a part of a bigger process. Instead, you are acting not to imbue real change but to feel good by momentarily fooling yourself about progress. Action faking can be many things, from trivial busy work to data research to reading books, none of which coax progress. You might indeed act maybe once or twice, but your actions aren't directly correlated to what moves the needle. Instead, we are tricking our brains into secreting a momentary dopamine high, fooling ourselves with the progress illusions, when in truth, we are wasting time. For the aspiring entrepreneur who wants to get rich, be his own boss, and blah blah blah. Action faking is ordering business cards from Vistaprint. Look at that, they say you're a CEO. Woohoo, you're the head honcho of a zero revenue, zero customer, zero asset company. Action faking event. It's spending a fortune on office desks and equipment before you have landed your first customer. Wow, look at those mahogany desks. Imagine the deals going down there. Action faking event. This type of entrepreneurial masturbation is jerking your meat, convincing yourself that you are making progress, while the sad reality persists. You aren't any closer to finding the love of your life, finding a customer, or making a profit. Do you lift? Ask anyone who works out regularly, and they'll stink-face the affirmative. Januaries suck at the gym. Every January, gyms experience overcrowding as new faces storm in. Event idealism. Action fakers, New Year's resolutionists who decide after X decades, this year is different. I'm getting in shape, losing weight and changing. And bam, 3 weeks later, the gym is back to normal. Classic action faking. In fact, anytime I hear someone say, I'm on a diet, I want to throat punch them and shout, action faker. The word diet implies temporary. It implies failure. It implies that whatever you are doing for 3 days or 3 weeks will not become habit or a part of your lifestyle. Diets die. Habits do not. Real permanent change does not come from event idealism or from shortcuts. It comes from a daily, regimented process woven into the fabric of your life, automatic and nearly instinctual. Event-driven entrepreneurship, a failure of process. Unfortunately, wayward entrepreneurs with event modalities are the rule rather than the exception. Examine the poor reviews for this book, my last book, and any book relating to money or entrepreneurship. The common theme will be that the paint-by-numbers shortcut was not bibbed and spoon-fed into the entrepreneur's salivating mouth. And for those lost entrepreneurs, the search continues tirelessly, at least until their next job hunt. For example, this is the type of frustration I feel when trying to open the eyes of event-idealized thinkers. Wannabe entrepreneur, I want those beautiful roses blooming across the river. Can you help me get them? MJ, sure, but crossing the ragging river isn't easy or quick. Ready to learn. Wannabe entrepreneur, may just give me the roses. MJ, ha. Wannabe entrepreneur, you have already crossed the river, just give me your big boat, or better yet, just give me the roses. MJ, ever heard about learning to fish versus given a fish? Wannabe entrepreneur, fishing. Reverse. I don't care about this stuff, and I am only interested in the roses. I have seen many Instagram posts where people flaunt their roses and they sound glorious. Do you think I can PayPal $997 to my favorite internet marketing guru and get the super secret for them roses? MJ, sigh. If you want the roses, you need to learn how to cross the river yourself. There aren't any shortcuts. I can give you the blueprint for crossing, but you are going to need tools, hammers, wood, nails, and some other things, so you can build a system for crossing. It might take some time to find and learn these tools, but trust me, once you cross, the roses are incredible. It's worth the effort. Wannabe entrepreneur, this doesn't sound fun or easy, and it's not my passion. I want to do what I love. How about this ice cream cone I'm eating? I love it and I'm passionate about it. Will stuffing my face with it help me get the roses? MJ Tha. What does your ice cream have to do with the roses or the river that stops you from getting them? Wannabe entrepreneur, but I love this ice cream cone. MJ Faroz bro, did you hear anything I just said? Wannabe entrepreneur looks up from his cone, face smothered in ice cream, so can you give me your boat? In this story, the roses are the event, success, and the ragging river is the obstacle, sacrifices, struggles, and the failures, the process. The advice, the tools, given don't sound easy, fun, or quick, so the wannabe focuses on irrelevancies, namely, a continued search for the tasty event-driven shortcut, give me your boat, give me cash, underscored by love and passion. And finally, the ice cream cone is the action fake, it feels good now, it doesn't help and is gone in minutes. Polarizer, the process principle. My first book took me 3 years to write. This one nearly 3 as well. In both cases, I had urges to quit. Multiple times. I'd write 6 chapters, read it, and end it in the shredder. I'd flail my hands in the air and whine like a baby because my perfectionist mind ruled it sucks. Sometimes I'd pen my frustrations on my forums so everyone saw process is not easy. And each time the angst boiled, I set it aside and reaffirmed to myself that if it was easy, it wouldn't be worth it. This is what happens when you vacate event idealism and adopt a process principle. Frustration and angst, while felt, are squashed. Expectations adjusted from ease to challenge. Obstacles expected and overcome. And most important, shit, while not quickly, gets done. Here are 9 steps to help you moving toward the process side of the event process dichotomy. Intelligent awareness. Modify expectations, realign difficulty. Identify and visualize the change target. Apply mathematics to the goal. Segment goal into its daily action. Identify threats to the target. Identify the right battlefield. Attack bad habits with inconvenience pain. Act until echo. Step 1. Intelligent awareness to neurological defaults. Obviously, an intelligent awareness of event idealism isn't sweeping the nation. The diet and weight loss industry is $60 billion strong. 31 the infomercial marketing business, $170 billion. 32 the automotive industry, ginormous, more than $1 trillion, accounting for a whopping 13.5% of the country's entire GNP, gross national product. Oh, and since you are reading this book, the self-improvement business, nearly $11 billion. 33. The sad truth is your brain is not wired for process, but for event-oriented shortcuts intended for efficiency. And it loves assumptions, basing everything on memories or past reference points. Without our brain's optimization features, we'd be no better than a goldfish swimming on instinct. But this mental efficiency has its exploitive drawbacks. For instance, magicians leverage our neural bias toward shortcuts and fill in the blank gap assumptions. Magic is all about attention and distraction, using our lazy brains and their cognitive shortcuts and algorithms against us. Unfortunately, that same neuroscience giving magicians power also gives the script power through event-driven thinking, putting you on the perennial losing team. This neurological awareness is the first step toward a process modality. For example, the best event process model is our health because it reflects process preceding progression or regression. That beach babe with the guns of steel and flat stomach. Process, daily exercise, and a disciplined diet entailing huge sacrifices. The visual result of a fit and healthy body is the event. Likewise, that fat dude I saw last week at the casino, who ate his way into a wheelchair and went back to the buffet line 6 times, is morbidly obese via process, decades of sedentary living and poor dietary decisions. American fatness is a consequence of event idealism, and eating event feeds our addiction to feel good now, as opposed to the disciplined process of eating properly and feeling good later. The next time you go grocery shopping, try cart creeping, spying into other people's shopping carts. Pick any outlier, someone obese or someone fit. Match their food content in their carts with their body type. More than likely, they'll be a perfect match. This exercise gives you the ability to do the impossible. You can witness a process before the process occurs. By examining someone's food choices, you get a sneak peek into their eating habits for the next week. Spot a fit guy and he will have lean meats, vegetables, and raw, close to nature choices. The person who would sink a small canoe will have highly processed and sugary foods, cookies, soda, chips, and whatever else highs there now. Obesity is a dereliction of process, while fitness is a testament to it. Health can't be shortcut, bought, stolen, cheated, bribed, operated on, and it can't be injected. It must be earned. Indeed, we are walking advertisements for the event process dichotomy. Step 2. Modify expectations and realign the source of difficulty. After awareness, the next step is realigning expectations. Extraordinary results demand extraordinary efforts. That means give up the ghost and kill the shortcut search. Kill the idea that excellence can be accomplished with mediocre effort. The real difficulty is accepting there is no shortcut. Give up the assumptions about those who accomplish great things and that their results are automatically deus ex machina, not process. The fact is, people struggle with their goals because they refuse the process principle. Jumping from one promised shortcut to another, their difficulty is not related to process, but to the everlasting search for a shortcut that doesn't exist. I just can't lose any weight. Oh really? I have known you for 2 decades, and you have never hit the gym or eaten properly. In other words, you can't lose weight because you can't find the shortcut to lose weight. No wonder it's so difficult. And the research proves America's resistance to process and their thirst for shortcuts. According to Market Data Enterprises, roughly 75 million dieters admit being fickle and simply shift from fat to fat. 34. Success is simpler than you think. Ax the shortcut, honor the process principle, and do the necessary work. Dump the diet pills, the fat girdle, and the fads. Eat properly 20 meals out of 21 and get your ass to the gym. Sprint, play tennis, for the love of God, do freaking something. And wham, you succeed. Step 10. Identify and visualize the change target. What exactly do you want? Envision yourself time-shifting 1 year into the future at a New Year's Eve party. Envision yourself celebrating the year that was, the year that changed everything. Take a moment and reflect on the accomplishments you hope to celebrate. Did you win a fitness competition? Did you start a new business and double your income? Complete a full-length novel? Identify exactly what you want to feel and see yourself there. If you don't identify where you want to go, the road to get there stays hidden. Step 4. Apply mathematics to the goal. After envisioning how awesome your new year will be, attach a numerical figure to your goal. If lose weight is the goal, this would translate into lose 25 pounds or get to 12% body fat. Likewise, if your goal is to start a business, you would need to identify a numerical number, say sales, profits, or number of customers. The mathematics of change are crucially important as ambiguous milestones cannot be measured and often are preludes for action fakes. For instance, my gym once publicly posted the goals of some members. As I scarred over them, I'd guess two-thirds of them were subjective goals, such as get healthy or feel better. If ambiguous statements delineate goals, you short-circuit the feedback loop because there is no measurement apparatus. You also bury the finish line. Step 5. Identify the daily action target. After isolating the goal and quantifying it, break it down into its core take action component, or what I call the daily target. What daily routine will get you there? For example, if your objective is to write a novel, your daily target could be to write 500 words every day, or a minimum of 2 hours. If your objective is 12% body fat, your daily target would be to work out and or eat no more than 2000 calories. The important thing here is to isolate the macro process that builds the habit. If your goal cannot be measured, use daily accounting. For example, if get smarter is a goal, the daily target could be to learn one new thing every day. Everything significant started insignificantly. Amazon started with one line of code, Harry Potter with one paragraph, McDonald's with one hamburger. Step 6. Identify threats to the daily target. What threatens your daily target? In order to hit your targets, identify what will stop you from achieving them. What impedes success and prevents real change? Success is more about what you need to stop doing versus start doing. Are you spending 5 hours a day on Facebook playing the latest game? Are you jumping from one idea to the next with no focused action or plan? Does your ego require an expensive BMW, which then requires a 60-hour-a-week, soul-sucking corporate job? The hardest part of the process principle is repetition. Greatness is a lot of small things done daily. Step 7. Identify the proper battlefields. You can't build new habits without an intelligent awareness applied to the proper battlefields. Most people fight their wars on the wrong battlefield, resulting in loss after loss. If you only knew where to fight, you would have a fighting chance to create the change you want. If you want to lose 50 pounds, pinpoint where the battle is won and lost. Most would think the battle is fought in the kitchen. As you walk in, the battle begins. OMG, don't eat that ice cream. Pick something else. I'd love a cold Pepsi right about now, but I shouldn't. Those Cheetos are calling my name, but I should have the celery. Sorry, but you already lost before you entered the kitchen. The battle isn't fought in the kitchen but at the grocery store. The instant you put this crap in your shopping cart is the instant you lost the war. Likewise, if you are spending hours watching mindless reality television, the battle isn't on the couch with the remote control, it's on the telephone. Pick up the phone and cancel the freaking cable TV. Wage war on the wrong battlefield, and you'll be armed with sticks and stones while regression fights with an AR-15. Step 8. Attack bad habits with inconvenience and or pain. Once battlegrounds are identified, you can attack your bad habits. How? By leveraging your natural human instinct to seek the path of least resistance. Put the shortcut scam in your corner by turning bad habits into a royal pain in the ass. Make them invasive, inconvenient, and with no shortcuts. In our refrigerator example, if you have won the war at the grocery store, you now have attached inconvenience to the bad habit. If you want ice cream, you have got to hop in your car, drive to the store, crawl the grocery aisle, buy it, and drive home. Not super complicated, but certainly not super convenient. If you are trying to stop playing video games, pack up your Xbox console and sell it. Or throw it in the attic. Now if you want to play, you have got to climb a ceiling ladder and crawl through a dusty attic to unpack it, wire it up, and play. Step 9. Act until echo. A process modality's final step transforms actions into habit. Whatever your goal, act until echo. Take disciplined action until a feedback loop kicks on. Vow to work until your first echo occurs, and then, and only then, decide your next step. Do I continue, adjust, or stop? Years ago, my college sweetheart left me for some big shot ad executive who wore expensive suits and talked with a slithery tongue. Back then, I was lost, and let's just say, she deservedly needed to jump ship. Anyhow, to assuage my grief, I hit the gym for the first time in my life. The gym medicated my sorrows. While this distraction started as an action fake, it later transformed into a process. By the time I was over the breakup, I experienced my first feedback echoes, I felt better, and my gangly stick arms grew some apples. People commented on my subtle transformation, and the echo reinforced the activity from a temporary distraction into a process. Once your effort strikes echoes, it reaffirms your actions, becoming habit, sometimes addictive, and as automatic as brushing your teeth. The point is, whatever the goal, work until you strike your first echo. And when that happens, notice how you feel. Once you get to that first echo, there is usually no going back. Even if it's marginal results, you empower yourself forward. I recently heard a great analogy for this in Gary Keller's book, The One Thing, recommended read. The process principle and its echoes can be visualized as a line of dominoes, where each sequential domino gets progressively larger. When you start, the very first domino knocked over is incredibly small. When it drops, nothing is felt or heard. However, its velocity is enough to knock over the next, slightly larger domino. That domino continues the progression, toppling the next larger one. As the dominoes get bigger and fall, suddenly you start hearing and feeling them drop. It's music to your ears, motivating you forward. The process continues until the last domino tumbles over, a gigantic domino symbolizing your goal, competing in a fitness competition, saving $1 million, getting out of debt, and it started with a tiny, insignificant domino, which cascaded into incredible change velocity. And yet, the ascending dominoes perfectly illustrate why event-driven failures fail. They start at the biggest domino and are powerless to budge it. If they only saw that it's the little things that cause the big things. Chapter 19. Belief though. The special scam. I'm not good at that. To me, the function and duty of a quality human being is the sincere and honest development of one's potential. Bruce Lee, martial artist. The dichotomy fixed 99% versus growth 8%. In 2004, at the age of 27, Josh Waitzkin won a world title in Taichung. He also went on to win 13 national championships. Later, he'd become a championship coach, leading his team to several world titles. He is also a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. If this is the first time you have heard about Mr. Waitzkin and his achievements, you might guess he was born with talent. Or that he's been practicing martial arts ever since childhood. In both cases, you'd be wrong. Josh's accolades are indeed impressive. However, what's more impressive is that Josh didn't start studying martial arts until he was 21. And before that Mr. Waitzkin was, let's just say, more geek than athlete. He was the story behind the Hollywood movie Finding Bobby Fischer, as he was the only person to win consecutive chess championships, the national primary, elementary, junior high, high school, US cadet, and the US closed juniors. Early in Josh's childhood, he was labeled a prodigy, and one might argue he was. However, according to Josh, the greatest thing that ever happened to him was when he lost his first national chess championship. The defeat taught him about the psychological traps of definitive, fixed labels, such as you are special and you are a prodigy, and how they can create false impressions so that hard work suddenly becomes optional. As he put it, I had felt my mortality, and after the breakthrough, he would go on to dominate the scholastic chess scene for the next 8 years. Panties. The point of this story demonstrates just how dangerous the special scam is, even to a world-class achiever. The special scam is a double-edged belief that our innate talents are enough to accomplish our dreams, or that our innate talents are immovable, fixed characteristics immune from improvement. The special scam tells us hard work is optional because we are already awesome, or it's worthless because we can't change our skills. Either way, the special scam says, I wasn't born with that kind of talent, or I'm great, I don't need to improve. Both justify avoiding the grind of improvement. Compliments of today's over-coddled and over-self-it culture salted by an anti-success and anti-competitive media, the special scam has granted us trophy kids, youngsters born rock stars, awarded trophies for no particular reason, participative prodigies worthy of a crown, a stage, and an audience. Sometimes trophy kids take the stage on American Idol as horrific singers, making for great laughs and ratings. Underneath these failed performances are delusional vocalists who have fallen for the special scam they believed the counterfeit adulation showered upon them from prejudiced stakeholders, parents, siblings, and friends. And the next thing you know, Simon Cowell is grimacing and telling talentless crooners to pound sand. Take Instagram, for instance. In my opinion, it's one gigantic shit show of self-important narcissism. Some people have Instagram accounts with over 1,000 photos posted. The 1,000 photos are not what's impressively sad, it's that those photos are of themselves in various stages of flex, undress, partying, whatever. Narcissism is being damn kind, this is sickness. Clearly, Achievement's barometer nowadays is measured by how many likes and comments your Margarita selfie receives. Me, as if anyone really cares. The special scam also has created a vocal tribe of Dunning-Krugers, a psychological deficiency where incompetent people don't know they are incompetent because they can't distinguish between the two. Dunning-Krugers infest the internet, particularly in the comment sections wherever comments are allowed. The other day, I read an article about celebrated entrepreneur Elon Musk, a businessman whose accomplishments put him in the 99.99 percentile. Unfortunately, I was in the mood for a little self-mutilation and mistakenly read the comments. A majority of them thought 99.99 just wasn't that impressive. Comment after comment criticized Musk, a virtual convention of armchair do-nothings who, unfortunately, have a platform to voice their stupid opinions founded on nothing but their ability to construct a sentence from their parents' basement. Underneath the special scam lies the greatest destructive force to our dreams, a fixed mindset. A fixed mindset is the belief that talent alone causes success, and that your basic qualities of intelligence, athleticism, and even rhythm are fixed traits that cannot be changed or improved. Yes, rhythm. In college, my dorm neighbor was a Puerto Rican kid who could hip-hop dance with the best of them. Anytime he showcased his moves, the dance floor parted like the Red Sea, and it was an instant night at the Apollo. Anyway, I started hanging out with my neighbor, going to clubs and dance raves. Slowly, I picked up his skills. He took notice and started guiding me. In a matter of months, I was dancing like him, parting my own Red Seas. If you are not impressed, you should be. I was a geeky, uncoordinated white kid from the suburbs. Soon we were dancing in Chicago's inner hoods and battling with the best of the best. Heck, every once in a while, we'd really live adventurously and pop into an Omega Psi party. Anyhow, the demonstrative point of my hip-hop escapades is that new skills can be acquired and mastered regardless of your current level of talent or intelligence. And yet, had I suffered from a fixed mindset, I would have resigned to fixed statements of existence. I can't dance and have no rhythm. I'm just a pasty white dude from the suburbs. Fixed mindset research has been well documented, studied, and proven. Carol Dweck, PhD, is the leading researcher in the field of motivation at Stanford University and the pioneer behind the fixed mindset discovery. Her book Mindset, The New Psychology of Success explores just how dangerous a fixed mindset is to personal growth, success, and even child development. In one of her studies, Dweck and her colleagues gave fifth graders 10 easy problems from a nonverbal IQ test. After completing the problems, the kids were given either of two types of praise: 1. Fixed intelligence praise, such as "that's a really great score, you must be smart," or 2. Growth effort praise, such as "that's a really great score, you must have really worked hard." Later in the experiment, the children were then given an opportunity to do another test of their choice, one described as easy or one described as challenging. Their preference heavily swayed upon the type of praise they received prior. A whopping 67% of the intelligence-praised children opted for the easy test, while 92% of the effort-praised chose the challenging one. Dweck goes on to explain how fixed mindset praise can create an environment where students feel the need to prove intelligence while simultaneously avoiding risks or challenges. She explains, as a result of the fixed praise, they enter a fixed mindset, they play it safe in the future and limit the growth of their talent. 36. Further in the experiment, the students were given an impossible test designed to incite failure. Once again, the fixed mindset group performed statistically poorly against their effort-praised counterparts, becoming frustrated easily and giving up early. And lastly, each group was given one final test as easy as the first. These results proved costly as well to the fixed mindset group. The average score dropped by 20%, while the average score of the effort-praised group increased by 30%, a staggering 50% difference. Further testing also uncovered another unsettling outcome. Children who receive fixed praise view imperfections as shameful, so much so that the kids lied them away. Dweck admits, what's so alarming is we took ordinary children and made them into liars, simply by telling them they were smart. 37. These results were so profound it was tested 6 additional times, each yielding the same outcome. Furthermore, students praised with participation trophies and "you are special" affirmations don't do well later in education or in life. Their reaction toward challenge, equally disheartening. They readily admit cheating over studying. After failing, they simply look at someone else who did worse just to make themselves feel better. And in countless study after study, they flee from difficulty. Arthis. Remember my brush with cheaters in the Words with Friends game. Take a look at the reviews for the cheating app allowing fixed mindset types to flee from difficulty. I began using this app approximately 1 month ago and instantly became one of the top players in my lodge. All my friends seem to pretty much beat the pants off me. So having this app, or anything I can use to even up the odds, is something that really makes me happy. Untalis. Yeah, these are actual reviews for the cheating application. Makes me wonder how much these players received fixed praise as children. Mommy said you are a genius. Teacher said you are special. And now that the real world exposed the lie, hearty challenges are not worth effort, and instead, cheating becomes cool. Notice the words used as well, top players, and even up the odds. No. You are not the top player, and you didn't even up the odds, you fucking cheated. People with fixed mindsets aren't spending time improving or developing their skills. Instead, they are focused on proving, finding, or documenting their talent or intelligence. Comments section, anyone? And in many cases like my Words with Friends example, hiding their lack of it. Criticism, non-essential and rejected. Obstacles avoided. In fact, when a fixed mindset is presented with an error, their brain activity is virtually dead, while the brains of those who thrive on challenge are on fire. Charlies and the success of others. That's when you hear such blathering as luck or he knew the right people. The reality is, a fixed mindset is destroying our younger generation's ability to cope. Whatever they call it, self-esteem building builds nothing and instead cripples dreams, creating fragile buttercups who can't handle life's harsh realities. Such evidence took center stage after the 2016 presidential election of Donald Trump. After winning, thousands took the streets to whine, cry, and riot. Professors cancelled exams. Nationwide, campuses offered students free counseling, therapy dogs, and Play-Doh. Bruce Tulgan, the author of Not Everyone Gets a Trophy, recommended read mentions the deficiencies of the millennial generation as seen by today's employers and recounts one employer's assessment who said it's very hard to give them negative feedback without crushing their egos. They walk in thinking they know more than they know. 41 Once they figure out that, nope, you are not special because you showed up, you are only special when you earn it, they are crushed. Polarizer, the Kaizen principle. I have a confession. I'm not interested in fame or the spotlight. I hate public speaking, interviews or whatever throws me on the public stage. I, by all definitions, am a hardcore introvert. And yet, despite my hate for these activities, I still do them. Why? Because I'm not very good at them. And to get better at them, I have to do them. And so it goes with a growth mindset. While doing a gazillion podcasts won't turn me into an extrovert, they do help me improve. Extroversion and introversion have been proven to be genetically predisposed. However, how one reacts to the predisposition is where the coffee is perked. Had I been infected with a fixed mindset and the special scam, I wouldn't bother with interviews. Instead, I'd justify, I'm an introvert and not good at those. Case closed. However, how you approach your strengths and weaknesses comes down to your mindset. Do you accept your characteristics as facts, rigid constructs of existence, immovable and impervious to alteration? Or do you accept your weaknesses as malleable and open for improvement? Once you become aware that neuroplasticity, your brain's ability to form new neural connections, is possible, intelligence and skill no longer await just the victors of the genetic lottery. We live in a spectacular time. The world's encyclopedic knowledge is accessible with a few simple keystrokes at Google. You can learn, discover, or find anything. For example, here is a comment by a former wage slave. After 5 years of college, I got a degree. Right out of the gate, I was at the top of my field, earning a solid mid-punch figure salary. There was no upward mobility. I started at the top, at age 23. I did that for 3 years. With free info from the internet and one $299 course, I learned everything I needed to know to make 10x that salary in a year and a half. In another 5 years, that meager college degree salary will be so far in the rear view mirror that I won't even remember what life was like to make so little. The internet has largely rendered college, and education in general, irrelevant. For those that want to learn anything, open your browser and get to it. 41. You see, you might not be the sharpest pencil in the box, but don't fret, you are surrounded by pencil sharpeners. The world is already yours, but only if you are willing to go get it. The web is rife with inexpensive learning institutions, Udemy, Code Academy, Linda, Stanford Online, where new skills don't require cash, they require a growth mindset and a Kaizen commitment. A growth mindset is how Josh Waitzkin goes from a chess champion to a champion in martial arts. It's how I go from knowing nothing about programming to coding a web application. A growth mindset knows where challenge lies and accepts the Kaizen principle and the process principle as part of the build. The Kaizen principle is to endeavor to create tiny incremental improvements in your daily life with an aim for mastery over performance, while forsaking external comparisons unless such comparisons inspire. The three key operands here are 1. Tiny incremental improvements, 2. Mastery over performance, and 3. External comparison. First, the only concerning metric is you. Have you done something today, no matter how small, to improve whatever needs improving? Are you moving the needle or action faking? You are your only competition, and the process principle will drive that change. Second, aim for mastery over performance. Be the best at something you can be. It is 100% you-oriented and not centered on performance or competitive rankings. Mastery doesn't care about how you are judged by others. It's only about getting better you over being better others. And third, refrain from comparing yourself to others, especially rock stars in your field. If you are aiming to improve your fitness and finished your first month of training, it's probably not a good idea to compare your bikini body to some Instagram fitness model with 3 million followers. Comparison is the path to perpetual misery. There is always someone richer, faster, hotter, fitter, or whatever. And yeah, I also advise staying off Facebook so you are not comparing everyone's highlight reels to your daily rigor. That is unless it inspires you. And lastly, don't believe your own press clippings. I get a ton of email thanking me, a life changed, a fortune being made, or a paradigm being smashed. It's flattering but an invitation to a fixed mindset. These raves could wallpaper my office, but ogling them implies, I am successful or I have made it, and both suggest fixed permanence where I can sleep in, show up last, and leave first. So, if mom raves you are the best thing since sliced bread, don't believe it. If coach says you are the best quarterback he is trained since Drew Brees, thank him, smile, and ask, how can I get better? Through her breakthrough research, Carol Dweck has given us a defense to a fixed mindset while promoting its antithesis, growth. Never praise talent or ability, either for yourself or for a child. Instead, praise the process principle. Praise improvements, habits, growth, and efforts. Praise how far you have come, and one day, you'll praise your results. Chapter B. Belief Theme. The Consumption Scam. How much time did that cost? No society ever thrived because it had a large and growing class of parasites living off those who produce. Thomas Sowell, economist. The dichotomy consumer 99% versus producer 8%. During a visit to the county landfill, I parked my truck in front of a junk heap and stared. As I meditated on the garbage piled as high as a demolished apartment building, it struck me that everything in this gigantic entangled mass was once new. State of the art. An object of want. There were BBQ grills, bikes, toys, lawn furniture, stoves, picture frames, wine racks. It was a graveyard of past desires, a swollen scrap heap of residually accumulated consumption. Then I thought someone once opened their wallet, swiped a credit card, and bought this stuff. And now here it lies as worthless junk, while its debt probably remains. The consumerism hyper-reality has consequences. Behind the debt and the landfill, those consequences are belied by the consumer scam, a belief where consumerism is perceived exclusively interdependent of production. That is, we rarely link our consumption to its equal or corresponding production necessity and the time it requires. The consumer scam's cognitive disconnect starts as kids. As toddlers, We are programmed to attribute consumption with emotions, whether it's fun, happiness, or a particular status. Throughout the years, we badger our parents for toys and other playful things. Underneath these innocent desires, an unfortunate neural connection builds, the idea that stuff can induce positive emotions without consequence. And because our parents pay the tab, such mental connections carry a destructive payload. Consumption and production are not correlated. In the classic film A Christmas Story, Ralphie is irrationally obsessed with a Red Ryder BB gun. For Ralphie, the gun represents many things: happiness, fulfillment, coming of age with responsibility, and even rejection of authority. You'll shoot your eye out. Like Ralphie's lust for the BB gun, adults attach the same irrational zealousness to their wants. Buying this car will make me feel I have made it. This purse gives me the feeling that I'm affluently refined and classy. While there is nothing wrong with aspiring to own a Porsche while adorned in Armani, what's ultimately lost in these wants is production. Specifically, what is the true cost of owning these things in terms of debt? Life rations. Will a cute 4-bedroom suburban house with its 30-year mortgage really take 30 years to pay off? According to a study by Urban Institute, 35% of Americans are past due on some type of debt. More than 1 of 3 people not only owe money, but they are delinquent on what they owe. In fact, according to a survey conducted by creditcards.com, more than 18% of those indebted expect to never pay it off. 42 nope, they will carry it till death takes them underground. Behind this American insanity lies the consumer scam, the notion that consumption is unabashedly unconditional with zero correlation to production. People live and work to consume today and think nothing of tomorrow. In 2008, millions of homes sunk into foreclosure because buyers didn't give two shits about buying a house they couldn't afford with money they didn't earn. Similarly, I see the consumer scam and its emotionally inflamed buyers commiserating on exotic car forums. Always worth a snicker, these folks max themselves financially by purchasing an expensive sports car and yet cannot afford routine maintenance, insurance, and gas. You didn't know a Lamborghini clutch is $12,000. Duh. But hey, at least everyone in traffic is fooled. Oh, and the next time you feel inadequate driving your 10-year-old Rust bucket while the sleek new Mustang speeds by, don't. Chances are that driver isn't as styling or smart as you think. Nearly 85% of all cars on the road are financed. 43 Yup, that Audi has a ridiculous car payment. Not only that, but the average loan now extends over 65 months, more than 5 years. Translation: people buy more car than they can afford. So the next time you are stuck in traffic surrounded by new cars, remember those numbers, 85% and 65 months. These aren't life's victors but victims of the consumer scam. The scripted playbook is written in the language of consumerism and bound by alienating production. Grab $1 and give it a stare. The difference between a lifetime of wage slavery or freedom is entangled in that little paper hyper-reality and its relationship to its kissing cousin, consumption. The consumer scam is why the freeway is jammed with cars at subah ke 7 baje on a Monday morning. It is why people have no options. And it is why people are enslaved until death, at least until you stop being a consumer first and a producer last. The consumer scam's greatest impact is on the sidewalk within the scripted OS. The distorted relationship between consumption and production is why some people, even the seemingly affluent, are one misstep from insolvency. Kanye West allegedly is $13 million in debt and is tweeting Mark Zuckerberg for handouts. Rapper 50 Cent filed for bankruptcy. How are these rich celebrities going broke? The consumer scam, where consumption annihilates production. Big paychecks and huge business profits are no match for the consummate consumer. It wants every dime earned and compliments of credit, more than every dime. Think of it this way. Debt spending more than you earn is consumption exceeding production. It isn't money owed, it's a production deficit. Debt production consumption. If you have a negative net worth of $500, you have effectively consumed $500, more value than produced. In lieu of the debt, you promise the debtor future production. This is why strapping yourself with six figures in college loans is dangerous. Debt mandates the necessity of future work, even if you cannot find work. For example, Antoine Walker is an NBA basketball player who earned over $110 million during his 10-year career. And yet, even at that staggering production level, he couldn't outrun consumption. According to a story at Yahoo Finance, Antoine spent his millions on luxury estates for family members, exotic cars, Bentleys, Maybachs, BMWs, luxury gifts and vacations for his entourage, and even the best designer wardrobe money could buy. Geez, his consumption was so feckless, he wouldn't wear the same designer suit twice. When the real estate crash hit his investments, the party ended. With no safety net, Walker filed for bankruptcy in 2010. Over $110 million pissed away on stuff, the final tally was a negative $8 million in excess consumption. Chavalis. Sorry to say, but Mr. Walker earned like the 1% but spent like the 99%. He successfully produced in a skilled entertainment endeavor with fierce demand and yet had an insatiable thirst for consumption, one that consumed production itself. In the end, it cost him his NBA championship ring and, more importantly, his ability to live forever unscripted. Lottery winners and athletes who overspend and go broke is symptomatic to the underlying problem, which is a scripted mindset anchored by consumption. The consumer scam bases its power on fluid spending. Ever notice that regardless of income, it's always barely enough to live? Earn an extra $500 next month, and it's blown, a new gadget, a few extra drinks, or whatever else fancies your soul. Spending what you earn, balancing the middle ground between producing and consuming while saving nothing, is 99% thinking. A severe production imbalance is 1% thinking. And then there are sidewalkers who don't acknowledge production at all. For them, consumption and production is not balanced because production is hidden to them like it was in their childhood. Now as adults, these freeloaders produce nothing other than votes for power-hungry politicians. In their warped delusions, someone else should produce work, covering their basic needs, food, shelter, drugs, cell phones, internet, and health care, often arguing it's their right to such production, never once thinking a producer has to have their production confiscated, stolen to enforce such rights. Which reminds me, a lot of people nowadays throw around the phrase income inequality as their pet political grievance, but know what I never hear about? Production inequality, work inequality, and value inequality. Only in the American Republic do we see hordes of voting-ready consumption warriors demanding unrequited access to consumption with zero production. What do these triggly-puffing mouth-breathers give to the tax base? To the economy, society or jobs? Oh yeah, nothing but a tweet-raised delusion of self-importance. Bottom line, by merely existing and breathing, we incur basic consumption needs. Rejecting this truth is rejecting adulthood. All adults must fight the war between production and consumption. Adults living as children aren't interested in this responsibility. They want their Red Ryder BB gun, and they want it free, preferably wrapped with a cute little bow. Consumerism has no balanced middle. You are either a consumer or a producer. Or worse, you deny the paradigm altogether. Polarizer producerism. What consequences has the consumer scam and debt had on your life? Can you quit your job and pursue a dream? Has the daily grind negatively affected your health? Anytime you hear a riches to rags story like Antoine Walker, examine it from the consumer-producer dichotomy. Pay attention to how the consumption teeter can permanently disintegrate the production total. If I examined my life's freedoms, I owe it to one truth: I have rejected consumerism and hit the entrepreneurial G-spot by honoring production through producerism. Production steamrolls consumption. Disproportion over balance. And it's why I am debt-free. It's why I own my house free and clear. And it's why I own the most important thing of all, my time. I also enjoy substantial life luxuries because of producerism, owning any exotic car I want, dining at nice restaurants, getting good Cirque tickets, and flying first class. And yet my life is far from the scarcity suckfest peddled in Money magazine. Producerism respects the interlinked relationship between consumption and production. If you want to live well, produce well. The more production value you thrust into society, the bigger your house, the faster your car, and the juicier your steak. In other words, stop looking to take and start looking to give. Like many unscripted beliefs, producer reorientations requires a polarized shift. First, expect your entrepreneurial efforts to produce far beyond your consumption. In later chapters, I will show you how. Second, a consumer to producer shift means behaving like one. That means you lead the herd, not follow it. You pave new paths, not harden the already well-worn ones. You create and sell franchises, not buy them. You receive rents or royalties, not pay them. You lend, not borrow. You create and sell a brand, you are not buying the brand. You hire employees, not seek to be hired as one. You sell products on late-night infomercials, you are not buying them. You sell on Black Friday, not buying on Black Friday. As a producer, everything turns upside down. Producers don't spend money on the latest hot trend, they are inflaming and profiting from the latest hot trend. And finally, as a member of Team Producer, constantly put yourself in the shoes of a business owner. Watching an infomercial. Think about the process from idea to prototype to on the air. Did the commercial move you to buy? Did it irritate you? If you owned that product, what would you have done differently? The next time you buy something, pay attention to why you bought it. Was it the marketing copy creating an element of scarcity? The photos? The great reviews? Your interaction with customer service? Was the product delivered on a trial basis, showing value first, then you bought? Producerism is being a lifelong student of production. Tune your RAS to see what everyone else cannot. And soon you will be doing what everyone else cannot. Effective producerism rarely evolves from trading your time for money, but instead manifests itself from investing your time into a scalable business system. To consume richly, nice homes, luxury cars, world travel, you and your business system will need to equally produce as richly, if not more. Chapter 21. Belief 4. The money scam. I can get rich by wanting to get rich. The value of a man should be seen in what he gives and not in what he is able to receive. Albert Einstein, physicist. The dichotomy money 99% versus value 1%. Being broke sucks. I know, because I was for most of my early 20s. While my friends drove new cars and rest new threads, I rolled in an old big Skylark while adorned in second-hand thrift shop fashion. Yeah, let's just say my dating life at the time was about as directionless as a politician's moral compass. Anyhow, behind my lack of money definitely wasn't a lack of effort. I was motivated, driven, and obsessed. Unfortunately, I was obsessed about the wrong thing, and that thing was money. For me, it was everything. It symbolized freedom, job liberation, validation, self-worth, and social acceptance. And yet, despite my obsession, I had no clue what money represented, how it moved, why it existed, and how to get it. Underneath my perpetual brokenness, the money scam was working, a 99% thought line where money is viewed as an elusive and mysterious concept, one that must be hunted, manipulated, cajoled, legislated, or pried away from someone else. Money's pursuit is akin to a pig riding the proverbial donkey chasing a carrot on a stick. Money is the carrot, the script is the pig, the ass is you. Whenever the money scam prevails, one becomes what I call a money chaser. Money chasers jump from one business idea to another, one job to another, one opportunity to another. Money chasers view money tangibly like a sofa or a car, something that can be stalked like a tyrant aspiring for the emperor's throne. As such, money chasers are the show me the money types who creep markets looking for quick cash, of course effortlessly and risk-free. These entrepreneurs step to the plate with one idea, strike out, and then quit. These couch dreamers find hope in a late-night make-money infomercials featuring smiling millionaires camped on the beach with an open laptop because, after all, that's where all millionaires go once they hit it big. Others are found on Make Money Online forums, asking generalities like, what's a good business to start with $15? How much money can I make selling black staplers on Amazon? How do I make $8 million in the next 6 months? Can I make money trading the forex market? What's an easy product to import from China? Inside these questions stinks the money scam. The lost entrepreneur sees money as prey, and they are the hunter. The money chaser rummages behind every nook and cranny, searching for sunken treasure undiscovered by their 10,000 predecessors who just dived the same dive. Remember, money is only a hyper-reality. Just because you can see, touch, and smell it doesn't mean it's tangible, other than its paper form. The truth is, most of the world's money is represented intangibly, in pixelated numbers on a monitor, a number on a paper check or a bill, or a number represented by a ledger entry at a bank. If you have $5 million deposited at Bank of America, you cannot physically walk into the branch and withdraw it, at least not without substantial notice. In every 6 or 7-figure transaction I have done, from selling houses to businesses, I never touched the money. A number simply moved from one party to another based on a mutually negotiated exchange. So, before we remove the teeth from the money scam, here is a question at its fundamental core: what is money to you? Something that buys stuff? A tool for power? A payment for work performed? While all of these things are uses of money, they don't define money itself. Removing our cognitive hang-ups, what does money really represent? If you have said production, you are wrong. A medium to facilitate barter? Nope, but getting closer. Value? Wrong again, but now you are getting hot. Try this. Assume you have something I want. Let's say it's an 18th century gold statue, and I pay you $50,000 for it. In this exchange, we mutually agree and reach equilibrium. I value your statue at $50,000 and you value losing it at $50,000. The transaction mediator in this exchange is money. We agreed. No one was held at gunpoint and forced into the transaction. Money is not hunted, cajoled, or manipulated in the deal, it merely mediates and bridges the deal once equilibrium is reached. Afterward, and thanks to the money bridge, I get your statue and you get $50,000. This stores the transaction value now so you can exchange it for something later. Let's say a week later you buy a new Cadillac for $50,000. In essence, money bridged and stored are perceived value assessments between two vastly different items. I get a statue, you get a Cadillac, or the option to buy a Cadillac. However, here is where things get muddied. Let's say that during our sales negotiations, you represented the sculpture to be pure gold. After paying $50,000, I later discover the sculpture is not gold but bronze covered in cheap electroplate. I feel scammed. Why? Because you misrepresented value. Perceived value did not translate into actual value. In response to this misrepresentation, I approach you, the seller, and ask for $49,000 refund, since my new perceived value of the statue is only $1,000. You laugh and tell me to pound sand. I get in your grill and threaten you. You punch me in the noggin. I drop to the floor, and the statue shatters to the ground in 100 shards. As I pick up the pieces, frazzled by your unforeseen MMA skills, I notice a tiny black satchel among the debris. Apparently molded within the statue was a satchel hidden for centuries. I open it and find what appears to be a huge crystal rock. Unfazed, I pocket the rock and leave bloody angry while cursing you a crook. Next week, I have the crystal rock examined by a geologist. He tells me that it's a diamond and appraises it for $4 million. I call you and sneer a self-satisfied thank you. The punk gets punked. Despite these swings in actual value, nothing changed with respect to the transaction because money is just a transaction mediator where agreed perceived value is stored. Unfortunately, as demonstrated in our story, perceived value has a caveat: actual value and its delivery sometimes don't match. And that's an important distinction. Money's velocity is only predicated on perceived value, not actual value. When you sold me your gold statue, we agreed to $50,000 in perceived value. However, actual value fluctuated from $1,000 to $4 million. If you are fired from a job which pays $50,000 per year, your employer has decided that your actual value is not matching the perceived value, your salary. While most world transactions amount to a fair exchange where perceived and actual value closely match, sometimes they do not. So, imagine the lunacy of hunting something without knowing anything about your prey. It's like hunting stags by stapling Bambi photos to the trees. Most people are broke and remain broke because the money scam has made them perpetual chasers of something that cannot be chased. It can only be attracted by offering perceived value. One of my favorite metaphors highlighting this disassociation is likened to a slippery cat scampering loose in the neighborhood. Money chasers stalk the cat, hoping someday to catch it around the bushes, up the tree, and in between the parked cars. That someday never comes. Meanwhile, the unscripted know better. They ignore the cat and instead offer it something attractive. A cracked can of tuna later, and bam, that cat slinks in and leaps to your lap. The money-chasing ideal is unfortunately, and disgustingly, common in the entrepreneurial subculture. Ask many aspiring entrepreneurs why they pursue entrepreneurship, and you'll likely hear something about money, passive income, or world travel. I witness this several times per day. At the end of my forum registration process, I ask, "Why are you joining our community?" The question comes with a warning: answers are evaluated, and fudged registrations are deleted. Despite the clear instructions, the most popular answer is simply money. Other popular answers are get rich or die trying, want to own a Lambo, travel, and other inconsequential cringe-worthy shit. These responses expose money-chasing dreampreneurs, a class of wannabe entrepreneurs who somehow mistook starting a business with a ride on the Ferris wheel with a stick of cotton in one hand and a Slurpee in the other. Lost in the money hunt is money's true nature. And it's something few talk about. Money is stored perceived value, intangibly accounted value that you have created, acquired, and communicated. In effect, your net worth scoreboards how much perceived value you have created, communicated, and sold beyond your consumption of it. Billionaires or their heirs have been privy to a massive value operation. And the actual paper? That's our universal agreement to transform the intangible number into the tangible. Throw in some fancy paper, ink, and dead presidents, and voila, money images. Money doesn't have a brain, but its possessors do. Therefore, money responds indirectly to a value stimulus, but it also can hold biases and prejudices. Polarizer, the value voucher principle. Stop hunting money and start hunting value. Money is not prey. Instead, erase money from your vocabulary. Vow to never utter the word again. As a producer, start thinking of money as value vouchers, a store of perceived value produced, communicated, and delivered to the world. If your goal is $10 million, the new goal is 10 million value vouchers. And acquiring those 10 million value vouchers requires facing money's true nature. Be valuable. Wanted. Demanded. Sadly, most live life polarized to money and wonder why they can't make any. The money scam's insanity is like focusing on a toaster to make toast while ignoring the paramount sea of bread. Picture it this way. Put two magnets together and how do they react? Either they attract or repel. The money scam and its money chasers are polarized, where marketplace interactions are magnetically incongruent, creating repellent action. Ah, the irony. Money's hot pursuit actually repels money. However, flip the magnet and forget about money and focus on value, and the magnets attract. So how can you polarize the money scam and attract value vouchers? First, understand how value vouchers move. To honorably attract value vouchers, money bridges must be constructed with these four building blocks. Value, product, service creation. Perceived value communicated to another party, marketing and messaging. A mutual agreement, an equilibrium with that party, closing. Actual value delivered, execution. Notice that word honorably? I hope so, because unscripted entrepreneurs aren't just focused on perceived value, we are focused on delivering actual value. Yes, there is a difference, and we will get into that next. For now, possessing and executing on these four items is what attracts value vouchers as well as a good night's sleep. Expecting money while spitting on value creation is like expecting jobs while spitting on business owners. Without value, you are sailing without a mast. So, back to my forum and its registration process. I recently ran an SQL query on the registration question, why are you joining? Guess how many registrants mention value? Solving problems? Helping others? About 14 of every 1,000, and that's with many users who are students of my first book. Coincidentally, that's about 8%. The other 99%? They mention money or some other selfish motive. Getting rich. Fast cars and fast living. Freedom, travel, and other classic dreampreneur shit. Indeed, let the money scam be your axe in the money hunt, and you won't get rich, but you will die trying. Chapter 22. Belief 5. The poverty scam. I'm poor because you are rich. A life is not important except the impact it has on other lives. Jackie Robinson, athlete. The dichotomy selfish, 99%, versus selfless, 8%. I'm in Las Vegas at the Bacchanal buffet in Caesar's Palace, probably the best buffet in the world. Next to me is a man who must be tipping the scales at 400 bills. As I watch him waddle back and forth to the buffet, double-plated for the umpteenth time, I curse the man in my head because this selfish ass can't stop stuffing his face. Someone else on the planet is starving. So, what do you think of my heartless assertion? Hopefully you don't agree and think it's ridiculous. Hopefully you know that obesity and overeating are not subject to binarism. A gluttonous human who can't put down the crab legs does not create one that is starved. To think otherwise is an absurdity that directly relates to our next belief scam, the poverty scam. The poverty scam is the zero-sum belief that you are broke because someone else is rich. And of course, if you are rich, you are selfish. These associations are about as ridiculous as our big buffet man having a direct correlation to a child starving in Africa. Behind the poverty scam is a deviant belief that evolves from the money scam when perceived value and actual value do not match. The villain narrative is born. The poverty scam's villain narrative. As in our gold statue transaction, whenever actual and perceived value do not match, the poverty scam sprouts wings. And left behind is the villain narrative. The villain narrative is the belief that rich people or corporations are by default selfish, greedy, or untrustworthy. Inherent in the villain narrative is also the presumption that those who acquired wealth did so through subterfuge or fraud. Hence, you are poor because everything you buy is some type of theft. With the villain narrative, money's relationship to value is erased and its mutualism stolen. Money no longer is a consensual agreement but a forced coercion. Gee, does that sound like taxation? Or being forced to buy health insurance? Listen to our intellectually gifted protesters over at Occupy Wall Street and you'll hear some variant of the villain narrative. As demonstrated earlier, value vouchers are moved by creating perceived value, not actual value. And unfortunately, the scammers know it. Behind every fraud, bad product, and dissatisfied customer is an effective communication of perceived value that does not translate into actual value. When a diet pill promises six-pack abs in 6 weeks and it doesn't deliver, perceived value is sold, not actual value. You see, capitalist villains aren't dealing in actual value but perceived value because they know perceived value makes money. For example, in the early 20th century, Victor Lustig claimed to possess money printing machines, which could create perfect copies of $100 bills every 6 hours. Despite the machine's slow output, Lustig's boxes commanded a tall price for the era, sometimes over $30,000. Herein lies the essence of perceived value and how all scams work. Lustig's boxes did indeed output $100 bills, but only 2 of them, and neither were copies, but merely placed there by Lustig to perpetuate the value illusion. After dispensing to real bills, blank paper came out. By the time the victim figured it out, Lustig was long gone and $30,000 richer. The perceived value equilibrium was $30,000, the actual value was $200, and another villain was born. Likewise, in the late 20th century, it was common for unscrupulous stockbrokers to set up boiler rooms and sell worthless stock to unsuspecting investors. Many of these stockbrokers got rich because they could splendidly sell perceived value. These talented salespeople could sell horse shit to farmers, and many became rich, famous, even worshipped, and unfortunately indicted. Anyhow, I bring this up because the same phenomenon happens today, except it's not worthless stocks peddled, but worthless products sold via internet marketing. Bro marketing is a term I coined, which sums up the internet marketing racket. Instead of boiler room operations, bro, selling worthless stocks, we now have boiler rooms or basements, selling worthless PDFs, marketing secrets, and whatever else can be packaged for $997 with a landing page, fake testimonials, and a countdown timer. Bro marketing is huge, and it has corrupted entrepreneurship. Many entrepreneurs are morally and ethically bribing their souls, persuading themselves that it's okay to sell worthless shit products just because they make money. Using the usual tools of the trade, persuasive copy, clickbait headlines, tripwires, fake reviews, sales funnels, and the usual boiler room mishmash, they believe their own apostasy, ignoring zero reorders, bad reviews, and terribly high refunds and chargebacks. You see, whenever you blow $2,000 for some generalized marketing advice you could find in a free white paper or $10 book, you have been duped by a bro marketer selling perceived value. In effect, scam artists, bro marketers, and other perceived value hustlers still live by the money scam. And since they are focused on hunting money, they are willing to do anything for it, including deception, cheating, or worse, fraud. As a result, money chasers graduate to value cheaters who only play in perceived values sandbox. Some are skilled at selling perceived value and hence, Eskimos buy ice, vegans buy steaks. And subsequently, the villain narrative wins, another soldier leaving the scripted army thinking they are poor because these assholes get rich. Here is another example that's very personal to me. In the summer of 2014, my forum was hitting record traffic, revenues and users. You'd think I was happy, right? Wrong. My forum was growing, but it was attracting the wrong entrepreneur, bro marketing value cheaters who didn't care about actual value, only about perceived value. As these folks infiltrated my forum, the daily discussion morphed into stupid launch schemes, slick copywriting strategy, ethically challenged marketing, and marginally deceptive advertising. Product discussions that delivered actual value. Superior, selfless customer service. This didn't interest them. In August of that same year, I exiled these individuals from my forum, prompting an exodus of like-minded thinkers. While my traffic suffered, my integrity didn't. For the unscripted, perceived value and actual value match. And yes, marketing and copywriting are absolutely critical in the value chain. However, for capitalist villains, slick marketing steals wealth through value illusions, much like Mr. Lustig did decades ago. The villain narrative, Hollywood, politics, and corporations. Ever notice the evil rich person is Hollywood's favorite archetype? The wealthy tycoon slots the villain role perfectly. Bollywood as some megalomaniac hellbent on pillaging the common folk, this frequent personification happens as often as an Adam Sandler appearance in a pea-brained comedy no one watches. In James Bond's Diamonds Are Forever, the megalomaniac wants to take over the world. In Spider-Man, the eccentric millionaire skirmishes around town as the Green Goblin, causing chaos and destruction. In It's a Wonderful Life, warped, frustrated old man Potter wants to turn Bedford Falls into a mini Las Vegas. Other fictions portray successful businessmen willing to commit theft, fraud, and murder, all in exchange for profit and power. Movies and television are rife with corporate and capitalist villainy. The Virginia-based Media Research Center documented this fact when they released a report detailing the results of researchers watching a whopping 863 sitcoms, dramas, and television movies broadcast over primetime networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox. The researchers' findings: business people tend to be portrayed as venal and unscrupulous, explains Tim Lamer, co-author of Businessmen Behaving Badly. They engage in criminal behavior. As a group, corporate types commit more murders on TV than any other occupational category, even career criminals, 45. Aliens, Resident Evil, Avatar, and network are all recent examples of seedy corporations or their henchmen doing evil deeds. In an article for Politics, movie critic Nell Minogue agrees with the corporate villainization and those who run them. She explains, the corporate bad guy in stories has been around as long as the corporation. One of the best-known characters in literature is Charles Dickens' Ebenezer Scrooge, a stingy moneylender without any vestige of kindness or compassion. 46. And yet, has it ever occurred to anyone that maybe the real persona behind an entrepreneur is not crusty Mr. Potter, but perhaps George Bailey? The villain narrative, or class warfare, is also prevalent in politics and often determines who gets elected. Campaign demagogues know a winning candidate is the politician who successfully paints the villain narrative against his opponent while minimizing it for himself. Democrats successfully used the villain narrative against Mitt Romney, portraying him as a ravenous capitalist working for the evil private equity company Bain Capital. Comments from his wife about owning a horse and its expenditures sealed his defeat. Political class warfare is a scripted tool for obedience. According to OpenSecrets.org, the average net worth of a congressman, Democrat or Republican, is about $10 million. Remove the Senate Democrats from the calculation and the average falls to about $7 million. If you believe that rich people are evil and you are broke because of them, look no further than Washington, D.C. The political game being played is just another scripted trick, engorge the peasantry that money is evil and those who have it, have acquired it nefariously. But never mind us wholesome folks over here on Capitol Hill because we are working for you. Don't be a chump, politicians and their media henchmen are not your friends. Think they are and whip out the wall you are about to be shared. Another villain narrative confirmation comes from publicly traded companies operating as capitalist villains. Personally, I have no love for Monsanto, Comcast, McDonald's, and the other corporate monoliths who seemingly don't care about their customers. You see, once a corporation goes public, something dramatic eventually happens, it shifts priorities and causes the value equation to flip to a value-cheating villain. Customers are no longer the corporation's number one stakeholder, it shifts to stockholders. And what do stockholders want? Rising share prices by way of profit. Whoa, look at that, suddenly value creation and happy customers become casualties to the primary motive, money. That frothy, feel-good corporate mission statement on the wall. It morphs to bullshit window dressing where it now says, our organizational mission is to appease shareholders, squeezing every dollar out of our customers so we can meet or beat Wall Street's consensus earning estimates. This is the Wall Street reality, which translates into a well-deserved reputation of corporate greed. Tie in the politicians and the lobbyists, and it becomes crony capitalism. Furthering the perception, anytime a money chaser cheats value and is exposed for fraud or poor business practices, people like Madoff, Rothstein, Perlman, or corporate leadership like Kozlowski, Abbas, lay, it makes headlines, ruffling feathers and tarring perceptions. Defrauded investors, cheated customers, and unsavory business practices hurt eyeballs, entrepreneurs living with integrity do not. While I don't deny corporate misdeeds and stakeholder abandonment, they aren't the prevailing majority for small business. For every negative story grabbing headlines and spotlighting the villain narrative, there is a buried bag of positive stories you'll never read about. The masses confirm the villain narrative every time a business cheats value. This green tea fat burner doesn't work. This expensive real estate seminar is just a big upsell into a more expensive seminar. That politician promised me free health care. Sorry, you're poor because you keep buying shit you shouldn't buy, including fantasies that don't exist. In aggregate, these overt messages obscure the money hyper-reality and darken its shadow to some murky apparition ready to smother its victims into poverty. Value erased. Solutions solved but forgotten. The end result is the poverty scam, income inequality. I'm poor because that dude's rich. Give me my poster board so I can protest. Find yourself believing such dualistic nonsense ratified by the villain narrative and, enjoy your tent in Zuccotti Park while you feel the burn. The real truth eviscerated underneath the political campaign slogans, the subliminal plot narratives, and the bureaucratic henchmen seeking to destroy jobs, lives, and rainforests isn't so vile. Unfortunately, that truth doesn't sell movie tickets or cause protesters to take to the streets with homemade posters shouting about CEO pay. That truth is this: everything great in society has happened because money moved massively due to massive value creation and delivery, and yes, this created rich people. Without wealth, you'd be transported back to the Dark Ages, where you'd shit in an outhouse, burn candles for light, and use pigeons to send letters to your nana in Akron. Money doesn't escape your wallet because there is a gun to your head, unless it's the gun of the government you buy because you perceive value, enough of it that it compels you to say, yes, here is my cash, give me what you have. Polarizer, the fiduciary principle. Imagine a world where you needed to crap in a bucket, haul it outside to the woods, and dump it in a hole you had to dig the week earlier. Imagine a world where that same bucket is used later to catch rainwater so you have clean drinking water. Wherever you are right now, take a look around you. I'm sitting at Starbucks. The aroma of ground coffee fills the air, while a holiday song spirits the background. Outside, the temperature hovers in the 50s, which by Arizona standards might as well be absolute zero. Inside, as I type away at my 6-year-old laptop while drinking my mocha latte, it's a balmy 75. My iPhone, which rests nearby, shows it's 3:43 p.m., which means I have 17 minutes left to finish this chapter before driving to the gym. Instead, I ignore my self-imposed deadline and pause from my writing. As I look around me in total comfort and convenience, I am overwhelmed with gratitude and humility, not just to God, the universe, or whoever else is running the show, but to rich people. Gasp! What? A careful reflection yields a humbling truth. Every single thing in your life was once invented and created by someone, or by someone executing on a corporate initiative. Yes, every comfort, convenience, and functionality you now enjoy was once someone's idea. Someone's work, dream, or passion. And now you benefit from that output. Just examine my snapshotted Starbucks moment, a mere blip in time. My old laptop, which still surprisingly works, Bill Gates, and a boatload of millionaires at Microsoft. My writing platform, Scrivener, Keith Burkholder. My research at Google, Sergey Brin, Larry Page, and another crew of rich people. My iPhone, which keeps me organized and scheduled, Steve Jobs, and a slew of other rich people. My Facebook news feed, Mark Zuckerberg, and a lot of other rich people. My yummy coffee and comfortable writing respite, Howard Schultz and the original Starbucks founders, Jerry Baldwin, Z.E.V. Siegel, and Gordon Boker. The electricity powering the coffee grinders, the lights, and the heat providing comfort, Thomas Edison, George Westinghouse, Nikola Tesla, although he died poor. My progressive glasses allowing me to see the great things surrounding me, Benjamin Franklin, followed by Owen Abs and Carl Zeiss. My durable, comfortable jeans, Levi Strauss. My upcoming workout at Lifetime Fitness, Bahram Akradi. My 15-minute drive to my upcoming workout, which would have taken 2 hours by foot and 20 minutes by bike, George Selden, patent, the Ford family for making it mainstream. My ears, inspirited by the holiday music orchestrating in the background, Josh Groban. Everywhere I go, I am thankful these artists, inventors, and entrepreneurs have enriched my life with ease, comfort, security, personal growth, and even entertainment. Every one of them deserves to be rich. So the next time you are on the throne with diarrhea, and you can press a lever having that miserable stink miraculously disappear into Novarasville, be happy someone, somewhere, is rich because of that convenience. The next time you order pizza, and your pizza's cardboard box isn't sagging into the cheese because of that cute little plastic tripod, be happy that Carmela Whitley invented the pizza saver, and be happy that Carmela is rich. The fact is, these people and their corporations have become fiduciaries to society's advancement, creating things making our lives easier and more enjoyable. And therein lies our polarizing principle that reverses the poverty scam, the fiduciary principle, a resolution that as unscripted entrepreneurs we will serve selflessly to serve the selfish. A thorny challenge indeed. As humans, we are born selfish, and such selfishness is human nature. However, going against our human nature explains why so few succeed at providing value. We are too preoccupied with what we want, we can't see what others want. For example, there is an old folk tale demonstrating just how selfishness blinds us to opportunity. It goes like this: there once lived an old man who had a wish. He prayed to God that before he died he would get the chance to see the difference between heaven and hell. One night an angel appeared before the old man's bed and granted his wish. The angel blindfolded the man and spoke, "First you shall see hell." The old man felt a momentary weightlessness, and then the angel removed the blindfold. The old man found himself standing in a boundless dining hall filled with large, rounded tables, ornate with gold. Each table was piled high with the most delicious of foods, fruits, vegetables, breads, cheeses, meats, desserts, everything you can imagine was there and exquisitely prepared. The man salivated at the sight as the intoxicating aromas filled his nose. However, the old man noticed everyone seated at the dining tables was sickly with gaunt, morose faces seared with frustration. Each diner held a long spoon. These spoons must have been over 3 feet long. While the people cursed to hell could reach with their spoons any delectable food they wanted, they could not get the food into their mouths. The hell-dwellers were in a constant state of torment, starved and desperate to taste what was just inches away. Sickened, the old man cried, "Please stop, take me to heaven." And so the man was blindfolded again. "Now you will see heaven," the angel said. After a familiar weightlessness, the blindfold was removed. The old man was confused. It was like he never left. He was once again in a great dining hall with the same round tables piled high with the same culinary lavishness. And just like hell, he saw these people also had long spoons preventing them from feeding themselves. However, as the old man looked closer, he noticed that the people in this dining hall were plumply vivacious and smiling. Laughter and cheer filled the air. As he panned through the hall and processed the joyous sounds, the difference between heaven and hell finally struck him. The people in heaven were using those long spoons to feed each other. Whenever our selfish blockheadedness is cast aside, even temporarily, and we focus on the selfishness of others, we become fiduciaries, and suddenly the value of long spoons is evident. As a fiduciary, resolve to be a societal asset, advancing its ease and enjoyment. Resolve to be treated how you want to be treated. Put customers as kings in the stakeholder chain, being trustworthy and honorable to a standard that squashes the villain narrative. A fiduciary mindset is selfless, where an external exploration of needs and problems becomes clear. The real truth is hit when the poverty scam is polarized, and the money scam great value precedes great wealth. If you want to make millions, impact millions. Become a worthwhile fiduciary to your fellow man, and you will stop being worthless. Or we can suffer through another millennial idiot protesting corporatism, whereas afterward, he snapped an Instagram selfie wearing Nikes, hopped into the Prius his parents bought him, drove to Starbucks, and bought a latte, and logged into his Facebook from his iPhone on a Comcast 5 megabytes internet connection, all while being smugly ignorant that everything in this entitled twit's life was delivered by capitalism. How we manage our selfishness determines if we operate our business within the gray area of value cheating or the sunny skies of value providing. Your relationship with money is defined by one of the three monetary identities: 1. Money chasing, 2. Value cheating, or 3. Value vouchering. Which is it? Chapter 23. Belief 6. The luck scam. You don't play, you don't win. I believe in luck. How else can you explain the success of those you dislike? Jean Cocteau, director. The dichotomy luck 99% versus probability 8%. Luck. Behind the superstitious creed for losers, do-nothings, and dreamers is the luck scam, the belief that life's outcomes, both positive and negative, are primarily dependent on fluke randomness. If not randomness, a bipolar fairy dosed on Prozac oversees the luck of the universe, a mystic arbiter who at a moment's whim decides who receives fortune and who receives coal. While I don't pay attention to my haters, every so often I stumble across their drivel. Cast from the sidewalk, the common theme in their hallucinogenic opinions is luck. MJ got lucky. And you know what? They are right. In fact, I have been experiencing this strange luck phenomenon for over 20 years. For instance, I was lucky when I chose to study when in college as opposed to getting trashed every weekend like my peers. I was lucky when I chose not to get a corporate job after college and instead focused on entrepreneurship. I was lucky when I chose to start, and then fail, in the supplement business, the jewelry business, and the mortgage business. I was lucky when I chose to start, and then fail, in 4 network marketing schemes. I was lucky when I chose to stick to my entrepreneurial dreams despite 3 more business failures thereafter. I was lucky when I chose to swallow my ego and suffer jobs more appropriate for a high school dropout delivering pizza, flowers, and newspapers, all while my buddies had cushy corporate jobs. I was lucky when I chose to work as a limousine chauffeur because, just maybe, I'd like to own a limo business someday. I was lucky when I chose to read books every day about emerging internet technologies while camped out at airports, weddings, and drinking holes. I was lucky when I chose to do something after I spotted a need in the limo business. I was lucky when I chose to work on that business every day instead of partying or getting lost in Seinfeld reruns. I was lucky when I chose to win a negotiation for a great domain URL back when premium domains were being sold for 6 and 7 figures. I got lucky when I chose to sell my company in 2001 to a Silicon Valley startup. I got lucky when I chose to repurchase my company at a fire sale valuation during the dot-com implosion, reasoning that the financials outweighed the irrational fear smothering the markets. I got lucky when I chose to not only survive the dot-com crash but to thrive. I got lucky when I chose to explode profits while minimizing expenses and employee overhead, enjoying 60+ months of consecutive profitability, mostly 7 figures per annum. I got lucky when I chose to save most of my earnings into safe, inflation-beating assets instead of investing it into risky assets touted by the mainstream. I was lucky when I chose to sell real estate right before the real estate market crashed, despite everyone, including the National Association of Realtors, saying, "Now is the time to buy." I got lucky when I chose to sell my company, again, in 2007, to a private equity company for a multimillion-dollar valuation. I got lucky when I chose to create a forum dedicated to entrepreneurship, one enjoying nearly 1 million page views per month because, building a huge community is as simple as popping a pill, download the software and bam, traffic, users, and engagement. I can go on and on for another 5 pages about selling millions of dollars in books, investment decisions, health choices, and more. But hopefully you noticed a trend in my rant, and it wasn't a lucky hot streak. I got lucky when I chose, then acted, and then continued to act. If you believe you are unlucky, I have no doubt you are. Instead of seeing action interacting with immeasurable probability, you see a cosmic genie levering a luck spigot. You are continuously unlucky if you do not move probability in your favor. In fact, luck's mysticism is another hyper-reality, a shadow seen as real when statistical probability casts the shadow. The key word in this oh-so-dismissed concept of moving probability: you must move it. You must choose, act, and repeat. The process principle peaks in. Again. So, making sure we are on the same page, when I say luck, I'm not referring to people born with a bad hand. If you think that's you, I'm sorry, it probably isn't. A bad hand is being born in a third world country without education, sanitation, or clean water. A bad hand is being born in a tyrannical land where you'd be thrown in a gulag for reading Unscripted. A bad hand is being born with a debilitating disease like cystic fibrosis or cerebral palsy. The sad fact is most people think they have been dealt a bad hand when they have been given one of the best hands in the world. If you popped out of mom in America or another industrialized republic, congratulations, you have pocket kings. If you are reading this book, you are relatively wealthy by world standards. You probably have multiple televisions, shoes, electronic devices as well as more than one shirt for the week. If you had the means to buy this book, thank you, or steal it, thief, both reflect a great hand. You have freedom to choose. You can see, read, and surf. And the ultimate tell, you are not starving or homeless because you can pursue self-actualization through a book. See, you are one lucky bastard, just like me. Testing your luck. To diffuse the cloud that shadows luck, try this experiment. And be honest. Call a coin flip. Winner wins a smile and pat on the back. Ready? Flip. It's tails. Did you call it correctly? If so, take a moment and think about your accurate prediction. Would you now label yourself as lucky? Or if you called it incorrectly, do you suddenly consider yourself unlucky? Probably neither, because you know the probability. Coin flips are 50-50 chances of losing or winning. Now let's switch gears. What if a correct coin flip call would win $1 million? Suddenly the outcome might be considered luck simply because the attached outcome is significant. And yet the flipping odds or the mathematics never change. What changes? Your perception. In its purity, this is the essence of probability. When life's chaos diffuses into outcomes, probability becomes clouded and superstitious explanations become likely. Let's take it further. What if you had 10 chances to correctly call one coin flip to win the 10 million? Would you keep flipping? Or stop and reason, I'm just not lucky. You see, moving probability is about trying. Hitting heads on one coin flip is 50%, but 10 flips moves the probability to 99.4%. That means, just because no one shared or commented on the great blog article you wrote doesn't mean the game ends. Just because your invention didn't get funding or the 2Gs blown on Facebook ads sold nothing, doesn't mean dig your grave. Keep freaking flipping. The luck scam cripples your personal power. Motivation becomes anemic. Believe in some mythic karmic force operating against your will, and it will beat you into bullshit excuses. Seriously, why try if you are the unluckiest person alive? When that happens, probability is not moved, and yet you fail to be lucky. University of Hertfordshire psychologist Richard Wiseman, author of 59 Seconds, Recommended Read, and the founder of the Luck School, has studied luck for years. He says, unlucky people have almost no insight into the real causes of their good and bad luck. Their thoughts and behavior are responsible for much of their fortune. Explaining further, he says, luck, bad or good, is just what you call the results of a human being consciously interacting with chance, and some people are better at interacting with chance than others. 47 So how do you move the probabilities? You change your statistical universe. Life's gumball machine. Here is how to change your luck. First, picture a row of large gumball machines. Each machine has 1000 gumballs of 4 assorted colors, white, orange, red, and gold, each varying in their colored consistency. A cursory examination of each gumball machine reveals mostly white and orange gumballs. While some machines have many reds and no golds, others have few reds and many golds. These gumball machines represent a life path, and the colored gumballs represent the potential outcomes and consequences of that life path. When you choose a life path, or wander through life, you are assigned a machine and their corresponding variation of colored gumballs. To receive a gumball, a coin is deposited and the dial turned. This deposit and turn is action, the effort that spins the wheels of chance. Once a coin is deposited, a gumball magically pops out. The gumball is a consequence, a reaction, or an echo of your effort. After doing this several times, you notice the gumballs spit out are mostly white with a few oranges. A white gumball simply means nothing, like an ineffectual macro event. Your effort yielded no results, consequences, or feedback. No harm done. However, the orange gumballs represent some type of feedback, either as a learning experience, a caution, a failure, or even a warning. The orange gumballs often have cryptic messages etched on them, giving you more clues for your next spin. Most of my life has been filled with orange and white gumballs. An orange gumball told me it was time to sell real estate in 2006, sell my company in 2007, and write another book in 2015. And then, every once in a while, a red gumball pops out and messes everything up. Red is a catastrophic consequence, such as a bankruptcy, an accident, or even getting caught driving intoxicated. As you continue depositing effort into the machine, eventually it happens. A rare gold gumball pops out. Congratulations, that's when you hit it big, the event from the process principle. Success, fame, or fortune. And when it happens, life's scripted couch warriors will accuse you of being giftedly lucky. Of course, none of them witnessed your prior miss spins and failed efforts or your skilled decoding of orange balls. Once the starry-eyed see gold, it's just luck. Our life circumstances and their consequences are like this four-colored gumball machine. Right now, you have a machine. Question is, what are its contents? Is it filled with too many reds? Is your chance at hitting a gold 1 in 1000? Or perhaps it's 0. A sidewalker's machine has no golds, many whites and oranges, and frankly, too many reds. Treading the slow lane? Similar outcome pool, mostly whites, some oranges, many reds, and few golds. Stock market crash. Red. Lost your job. Red. Laid off. Red. Health suffering because of too much work and too little pay. Red. Within the unscripted 3Bs, our objective is to change your gumball machine's contents. A slow lane or sidewalk existence cranks for mostly everything but gold. If life's best-case scenario is a 2% pay raise, well, enjoy the celebration dinner at Red Lobster. The fact is, many people work harder than I do. The problem isn't their work ethic, it's their gumball machine. An unscripted pursuit modifies this universe, reds disappear and golds sneak in. Polarizer, the probability principle. The probability principle replaces luck by modifying behavior on 5 fronts. The first two behaviors acknowledge the causal effect of your gumball machine. First, change your universe. Play games with better odds and returns without accepting more risk. Your career path, your lifestyle, and your behavioral routines determine your universe. And the best gumball machine available is the unscripted entrepreneurial framework. For example, take two brothers, Brother A and Brother B both work as plumbers for the same company. After work, Brother A watches television, plays video games, and drinks cheap beer. For hobbies, he goes on casino binges, often wagering a week's salary in the process. Brother B doesn't have a television. Instead, he is an aspiring entrepreneur who dives into books, learns code, and sells his inventions on Amazon. He binges on webinars, trade shows, and Shark Tank on Hulu. Now picture each brother's gumball machine. Brother A's machine contains mostly white, few oranges and reds, but absolutely no golds. Life's best-case scenario is tripping at the casino and being awarded an insurance payout. Brother B's machine has a different constituency. It also has some reds, many oranges and whites, but most important, it has some golds. Brother B has changed his probability universe while Brother A is dialing for white gumballs by doing nothing. The second behavioral modification is action, so probabilities are altered. You must deposit coins into the machine so probabilities are moved. Effort. Action. Work. Crank, crank, crank. Depositing 3 coins and giving up because your spin yielded 2 whites and 1 orange? Sorry, that's not cutting it. Imagine if you had a great talent for something and your default gumball machine was filled with 20% gold balls. Throw in a growth mindset and the gold balls increase to 25%. However, without effort deposited into the machine, the probabilities are never tested. If you knew your machine had 25 gold gumballs among 1000, would you just stop at 1 crank? No, keep cranking. 50 spins beats 5. Untested probability means good luck avoids you. The next 3 behavioral modifications are suggestions from Richard Wiseman, the experimental psychologist, on luck. His experiments conclude our behavior can change luck if we mimic the traits associated with lucky people while eliminating the unlucky ones. These 3 traits are intuition, routine, and positivity. In Wiseman's research, intuition is critical to luck. People who trust their gut and instincts are luckier than those who ignore them. Such feelings can serve as alarm bells, while the unlucky person ignores their intuition and instead thinks about things too rationally. For example, here are 2 things in the past that seemed rational, but my gut screamed no. Hey, my cousin made 100K last year flipping real estate with interest-only loans. I'm going to start doing it too. Oh, isn't your cousin a bus driver? Hey, this Vegas restaurant is a great investment. The famous Joe Blow invested, so did name drop and name drop. You should too. Seems like a lot of risk for the return. Another modification is routine, or specifically, breaking routine. If life follows the beaten path, the path is beaten for a reason. A step outside your comfort zone modifies the gumball machine and alters probability. In a telegraph.co.uk article, Wiseman explains that unlucky people tend to be creatures of routine, talking to the same types of people, traveling the same routes to work, while lucky people spread variety into their lives. 48. Want to be lucky? Add variation, do something different, crank the spoke of the wheel. The final modification is positivity. Instead of seeing the glass half empty, see it half full. Be thankful you have won the geographic lottery, have access to clean water, a warm bed, and a hot shower. When tough times knock, spin it positive and imagine how it could have been worse. In 2003, I bought a new Viper. A few weeks later, it was on fire and wrapped around a palm tree with me in the car. I walked away unharmed, which amounted to a life-or-death coin flip. And yet, not once since the accident did I reason bad luck. After all, I destroyed a $90,000 car in minutes and jacked up my insurance rates for the next 7 years. It was good luck. I could have killed someone or myself. Bad luck. No way. You choose the interpretation of your life events and then you choose how to act on that interpretation. You choose like I chose. With such power, you can influence luck and modify the gumball machine you too. Change your universe. Change your luck. Change your life. Unlike money, luck has no brain and holds no grudges or prejudices. It only reacts to the mathematical probabilities of an applied stimulus. In your life today, what behaviors, actions, or inactions are crippling probabilities and muscling your luck? Chapter 26. The biases. Your brain's delusions. Fortunately for serious minds, a bias recognized is a bias sterilized. Benjamin Hayden, artist. Authentic you versus your brain. In the Seinfeld sitcom, Newman is Jerry's mortal enemy. In our unscripted fight, our Newman isn't an external adversary, it's our brains. Every one of us fights an inner battle between our soulful desires and our brain's reflexive impetuses. In one corner, there is an authentic you striving for success and happiness. In the other corner is your impetus brain, an emotional, obstinate machine that hates change and loves scripted protagonists, predictability, shortcuts, and security. If the authentic you versus your brain battle were a football game, your brain would be favored by 4 touchdowns. Recognize the war and you can win. Others have no idea it exists. And if you aren't aware of it, guess what? You are losing. Your brain's offense in this battle is its biases, scripted, self-defeating cognitive obstructions defended and reinforced through autonomous thinking patterns, allowing snap judgments and worldly inferences, often in an illogical fashion. Other obstructions misled, pickpocketing time and effort through misinformation. Altogether, these biases keep you mired into either inaction or wrongful action. Exposing these obstructions and their misinformation starts with being less human and more Vulcan, a conscious shift from the emotional to the logical. Move from hearing your brain to watching it as if it were a detached entity unto itself. In other words, start thinking about how you think. As you pursue unscripted using QNF, there are 7 primary brain battles you'll face. They are: change adversity, righteousness, antithetical apathy, Semmel washing, podium popping, survivor spotlighting, momentum paralysis. Change adversity, why refusing change is refusing excellence. Your brain's quarterback in the authentic you versus your brain war is change adversity. Change adversity is your brain's predilection for comfort and status quo despite being surrounded by change. Behind change adversity is what's called a status quo bias, our brain's preference for predictability over instability. With change adversity as our brain's frontline defense, change adversity's threats are double-edged. The first threat thwarts behavioral change. By default, we prefer our actions to be routine and familiar. Whatever your situation, it marks the baseline where change is felt negatively as discomfort, pain, or loss. In business, change adversity is felt whenever a major website is redesigned. Change a website's user interface, UI, and watch feathers ruffle. Anytime Facebook changes their UI, a lynch mob marches in Menlo Park. Major website overhauls always spark resistance and friction, regardless of improvements. This is change adversity speaking. Additionally, change adversity writes the script in today's politically correct culture of mediocrity. Take for example the fat acceptance movement, where people want obesity's health hazards whitewashed. Recommend that people stop gulping huge wats of unrefined sugar and look out, you'll be labeled a fat shamer. Underneath the PCB is denial, a denial of truth and reality, so the pain of changing to a better diet can be avoided. In this case, change adversity protects us from loss of our Cokes, our Papa Johns, and our Ben and Jerry's. Change adversity mesmerizes us into behavior normalization, an errant conviction that great change can happen without a great behavior change. As the old saying goes, the definition of insanity is to do the same things repeatedly and expect different results. In the end, life does not change because we won't change. It's like trying to roast marshmallows without a fire. For example, I have been lifting for 25 years. However, I admit I suffer stagnate periods where my regular effort doesn't yield results. Within these moments, I step outside my brain and admit regular has happened, it's time to change diet, regime, something, and change it in a big way. The greatest physical improvement happened when I replaced my afternoon workout with a fasted subah ke 4 baje workout. As a night owl, this was a huge change, and huge results I received. I saw my abs as a middle-aged dude, let me tell ya, that's huge. Change must precede change. Would you believe this is the big secret for success? Obvious, eh? Well, not really. Because change is an uncomfortable choice, people try anything to get change without change. Everyone wants positive results, and yet, no one wants to change their choices. Instead, we would rather plod through the same routines with the same skills and the same behavior, hoping not to get the same results. The diet industry preys on change adversity. I lost 35 pounds and didn't stop eating my Twinkies. Sure you did. Behind any great story is a great change story led by choice, which recirculates back to the process principle. Don't like the job or lackluster results? Then choose change and act until echo. The second threat of change adversity is how we react to it or choose not to see it at all. This is the difference between making or missing a fortune or going bankrupt. Opportunity is served on the silver platter of change, and change is always happening. Change precedes fortune. I made a fortune because I recognized and took advantage of a shift in search behavior. Others make fortunes in how people use technology, from ordering a car, Uber, to ordering a movie, Netflix. Mobile gaming, self-publishing, solar power, and hundreds of other industries are changing and hence creating fortunes. If you miss one change, don't worry, another is coming. On the flip side, Radio Shack, The small electronics store often bookending strip malls went bankrupt in 2015, and it's a classic example of an organization resisting change. Even the name is synonymous with stuck on stuck. They might as well be named Typewriter Emporium. Radio is a mid-century technology, and when Radio Shack refused to rebrand and change their operations, they sealed their fate. Remember Blockbuster Video? They refused change while Netflix saw the future for on-demand movies. By the time Blockbuster realized it was drowning by a change tsunami, it was too late. Do you see other companies on the verge of extinction because they are too slow or refuse to change? In my opinion, Major League Baseball is a dying sport because it refuses to adapt to an attention-impaired culture accustomed to a media diet of instant and controlled gratification. In the end, change marks the black ink of billionaires and the red ink of ruin. When change adversity is stamped out, we can be on the winning side of change by changing ourselves. Change keeps you poor or makes you rich. You decide which. Righteousness, why you'd rather be right than rich. Asshole. That's the name for someone who asks for advice and doesn't take it. Instead, they'd rather argue the advice or ignore it altogether. Assholes are quite common on my forum, and it has nothing to do with stubbornness but with their righteousness. Righteousness is not about being fair or just but about our urgency to see and hear only things that support our biases, while discounting, ignoring, or arguing the rest. For example, if you are a left-wing Marxist who thinks Mao and Chavez were the greatest leaders since the invention of electricity, you probably get your news from MSNBC. Likewise, if you think former President Obama was born in Kenya and prays 5 times a day for Salat, you are probably tuned into the Fox News channel. Both statements are ridiculous, but I guarantee you probably loved one of them and hated the other. The point is, you will fortify and quarantine your beliefs from adverse incursion. It's simply easier nodding your head in agreement rather than spending mental energy examining conflicting or challenging thought patterns. Worse, it has been psychologically proven that our convictions actually get stronger when presented with conflicting evidence. This is why political arguments on Facebook are pointless, regardless of how many charts, graphs, and data you present. Political derision is so polarized nowadays that facts don't matter. You could have video evidence of a partisan politician slaughtering puppies and murdering grandmas. Voters wouldn't care. Nope, that's my guy. Anyhow, righteousness works hand in hand with change adversity. Your immediate need to be right, confirming your biases, often trumps your will to win a victory in the future. Those assholes on my forum, they are more interested in being right now than being wrong but profitable and successful later. I experienced this inconsistent behavior in money management recently. Several months ago, I tried selling an overpriced bond investment I predicted was due for a correction. Selling would lock in profits. I placed a limit sell order and then left for the day. Unfortunately, I forgot about my order until several days later, where I shockingly discovered that the order never traded and I still owned the shares. During that time, the share price significantly declined, costing me thousands. Think I was upset? The truth is I wasn't. In fact, I was indifferent, maybe even a little bit happy. Why? Because I was right. And we love being right. The point is, our brain seeks confirmation that we are right, often without considering if we really are. And the idea of confirming our rightness feels awfully good. You see, you'd rather be right than rich. Another danger of righteousness is it shields you from red flags. Instead of righteousness preventing fortune, it could prevent happiness. For example, there is a young man on my forum who, by all accounts, won his dream job. He designs video games for one of the largest video game developers in North America. It's a high-paying, highly sought job, and whenever there is a similar job opening, resumes pile up and lines form around buildings. Anyhow, he believed wholeheartedly he had his dream job. After he won the position over hundreds of other candidates, his brain celebrated, affirming, "This is your dream job," and righteousness took over. At first he was excited, but it later faded. As the job dragged on, he ignored his soulful whispers clouded by his confirmation bias. He wasn't happy. His hobby was art, and he no longer had time or passion for it. He was working long hours and exhausted by the weekend. His relationships suffered. And yet, his righteousness kept him at that job for years, convincing him over and over, "This is your dream job." Whenever he cashed his fat paycheck, he'd smile for a few hours and reason, "I earned this." Whenever he got a pay raise for a loyal year, he'd pat himself on the back and reason, "I'm good at what I do." And whenever he heard there were thousands of college grads clamoring to have his job but none were available, he'd reason, "I'm lucky to have my job because thousands of others want it." Meanwhile, his soul spoke differently. "This isn't my dream job but a death wish." And his gagged heart would not be heard until he exposed his righteousness for the liar it was, showering him with righteous urges and confirmations that, "Yes, this is my dream job." And the final blow from your righteousness comes as reinforcement for scripted thought. Take for example the typical claptrap that rich people are selfish and greedy, their corporations are evil, and whatever else incites impulsive thinkers to soil their panties and tweet their fingers raw. If you own such notions, your brain will actively seek to confirm its rightfulness. Anytime a story of corporate malfeasance makes headlines, you're on Reddit, upvoting the post. "Look, Comcast treats their customers like shit." OMG, Verizon charged a 92-year-old grandma $15K for data she didn't use. Likewise, anytime you read about a rich person who is suspected of or caught in nefarious activities, you are blowing up your social media accounts. George Soros is taking over the world. The Koch brothers are behind it. Look, I get it. This shit happens. There are greedy people managing and owning corporations. Just as there are greedy rich people, there are greedy poor people. Rich people don't have a monopoly on greed or evilness, the human species does. The problem is whatever you want to see is what you will see. Your reticular activating system and its confirmation biases, the psychological henchman that drives righteousness, will do the rest, delivering such evilness to your perceptual stage, while the reality remains backstage and hidden. Not only does your RAS confirm what it wants to see, but it overestimates its frequency and discards the rest. Your perception is not the reality. Antithetical apathy, those suffocating shouldn't hate AIR. If financial freedom and autonomy are your goals, your beliefs must align with those goals. If they don't, you'll either A. lie to yourself, or B. sabotage your effort, causing tension and stress. Both make goals unobtainable. In our example above regarding rich people, let's assume you righteously believe wealthy folks are evil and greedy. And yet you also want to be wealthy. See the problem? Do you aspire to be greedy or evil? Of course not. But then how can wealth be a goal? The implication firing the subconscious strife is clear. To become wealthy, you must compromise something. Do you choose rich but evil, or poor yet kind? Two diametrically opposed beliefs are at war. This mental battle, antithetical apathy, happens when two contradicting values or beliefs tangle in our consciousness. The internal polarization causes apathy, stress, sabotage, or even intellectual dishonesty. As such, the belief might cause you to abandon goals. I don't want to turn into an evil capitalist dick. It might cause unwarranted expectations. Do I really want to compromise my morality to succeed in business? Or the belief might justify unethical actions. Everyone uses deceptive marketing, so I will use it too. People who fear success usually have antithetical apathy. One part of them wants success while another part believes success has a compromising price tag crossing moral or ethical boundaries. Similarly, the most common use of antithetical apathy is a dishonest excuse for change adversity. In 2012, Maria Khan, the fit mom, Facebooked a buff picture of herself in skimpy exercise gear with the question, "What's your excuse?" As expected, an internet firestorm ensued. Millions were offended, whining about being fat-shamed. Others rebutted with terse antithetical apathy crutches, such as "My children are too important," and "Spend some time with your kids." The psychological pandering in these rebuttals is dissonance. To be healthy, you have to sacrifice your children or your motherhood. The implied deduction is even worse. Any mother who is incredibly fit is a bad mom. Can you see why it's easy to have an excuse and maintain the status quo? In the end, Ms. Khan was not advocating that moms need to be fitness models who live at the gym. She was advocating being healthy. For the offended, this message bounced, and it's easy to see why. When your brain is exposed to hidden truths that want to remain hidden, offense is taken and plausibly denied using antithetical apathy and polarized binary logic. I won't abandon my kids to live at a gym. And as another offended reader stated, I'm not about to give up ice cream and cake, which exposes your real agenda. Feeding your sugar cravings is more important than your health. Yup, now I understand your anger. It's not about protecting your kids, but about protecting your Haagen-Dazs. And if you are not healthy, how much quality time will you really be spending with your kids? Nowadays, everyone is offended because everyone's brain is running wild. If someone tells you, I'm offended, it usually means you have exposed a truth they want to keep denied. As Charles Bukowski once stated, censorship is the tool of those who have the need to hide actualities from themselves. Rest assured, my writing will offend some folks. And you know why they are offended? Because they know I am talking about them, and they hate being called on their bullshit. In the end, hating air while suffocating is foolish. Confront your antithetical crutches, or drop them altogether. Yeah, you can be moral and ethical and still be rich. You can be a fit, healthy mom and still love your children and spend time with them. Stop letting your brain run roughshod and instead think about how you think. Semmel washing unconventional compels conventional reactions. In 1847, Dr. Ignaz Semmelweis made a legendary discovery in the field of medicine and obstetrics. He unconventionally proposed that washing your hands with a chlorinated lime solution would drastically reduce childborne fever, a common illness of the day. Think his peers showered him with rewards and accolades? Unfortunately not. Because Dr. Semmelweis's discovery conflicted with conventional medical knowledge, the mainstream medical community blasted his claim, rejecting it as bunk and hooey. While some dismissed the discovery and the data based on scientific reasoning, others spurned it because it was unconscionable to presume that an upper-class gentleman, a physician, would have untidy and unclean hands. Despite ridicule from his peers, Dr. Semmelweis stood convicted to his discovery for years. By opposing the consensus, eventually his colleagues branded him a whack job and banished him from practice. In 1865, Dr. Semmelweis was committed to an insane asylum where he died just weeks later, purportedly at the hands of asylum guards. While his committal circumstances were never verified, perhaps having your life's work disparaged, his death went relatively unnoticed, if not celebrated by those who contemptibly viewed his discovery. Several decades later, Louis Pasteur's medical breakthroughs in germ theory exonerated Dr. Semmelweis and proved his main hypothesis. Dr. Semmelweis's defiance toward convention marched him toward death, labeled as a pariah, but time now marks him as a legend. And like many legends, he has a university named on his behalf. 57. This Renaissance story demonstrates the next bias you'll face on your unscripted path: Semmel washing. However, Semmel washing doesn't come from your mind, it comes from the hive mind of the mainstream. It's what happens when unconventional crashes into conventional. When traditional paradigms are opposed or questioned, not only is the message attacked but so is the messenger. A Semmel washing is the friction we face when other people discover we aren't following the conventional scripted brainwash. For them, you'll likely come across as unwashed, a rubber band needing a snap back to reality, namely their reality. For example, prepare for a Semmel washing after telling your parents you'd rather skip college so you can remain debt-free. Prepare for a Semmel washing after Facebooking that you have quit your job to pursue something impressively fulfilling instead of remaining depressively employed. Prepare for a Semmel washing when your trendy friends can't understand why you are driving a decade-old Camry while they drive new cars. Anytime you defy convention and stamp a path where few tread, expect oppositional floggings from ordinary people with a re-education on what convention demands. Unfortunately, like many pitfalls of the brain, Semmel washing has no defense other than awareness and expectation. When you deviate from scripted paths, expect clashing, especially from those closest to you. Expect to be questioned and maybe labeled crazy or eccentric. For example, this book and I are prime candidates for a Semmel washing. OMG, did he just say compound interest is a scam? Is he advocating not going to college? The truth is anyone who's sold their soul to convention or earns their paycheck selling it won't shelf this book on the mantle. I expect these ideas to be skewered and burned at the stake by misquotes, misinterpretation, and whatever else can marginalize me or the message. Semmel washing confirms your message's threat by those who have chosen to die by it. Stand resolute, and your reward is not the pursuit of happiness, but happiness in your pursuits. Podium popping: why someone else's pen can't write your story. The leaping syndrome is coming. Years from now, thousands of people will mistakenly kill themselves leaping for success. How? Well, as the story goes, leapers jump from the roof of the city's tallest building. Seconds later, thunk. And instead of success, they find death. If you are wondering what possibly compels rational people to commit irrational acts without influence from narcotics or a zombie apocalypse, you'll have to trace the leaping syndrome back to its origins. Several years before the epidemic, Lonnie Leaper climbs to the rooftop of his city's tallest building. A failed author, father, and husband, Lonnie has given up on life. His rooftop mission is suicide. As he stands at the ledge contemplating, a crowd gathers on the ground. Onlookers stare, some plead, others record via their smartphone. And then it happens: Lonnie jumps. The spectators scream and scatter as if the foot of Godzilla approached. Thud. When the spectators hesitantly peek at the crash site, they see the unexpected. Instead of a grisly bloodbath, they see Lonnie sitting upright on his butt, alive and gripping his head in shock. Miraculously, Lonnie survives the 40-story fall. The crowd is mystified. His jump, recorded by several bystanders, hits the internet and goes viral. His incredible fall is viewed over 500 million times. Lonnie becomes an instant celebrity, rivaling Grumpy Cat, and suddenly, his two failed novels go from obscurity to number 1 and number 2 on the New York Times bestseller list. As it turns out, Lonnie is actually a talented writer. For the years that follow, he goes on to write 5 more bestsellers and rivals the success of J.K. Rowling, becoming part of the Billionaire Authors Club. Unfortunately, the leaping epidemic grows wings after Lonnie does a rare interview, his first in years, with one of the nation's top business websites. The billionaire is asked, "Lonnie, what one piece of advice can you share with those struggling to succeed?" Lonnie pauses, sighs stoically, and without expression states, "Well, that's easy, jump off a building." The rest is history. Of course, the leaping syndrome is just hyperbole. However, it demonstrates the first psychological trap that arms our brains for complacency and plagues self-development: podium popping. Podium popping is the ineffective application of various success strategies cherry-picked from individuals who have a broadcast podium. Much like an addict pops pills, a podium popper will pop random bits of advice from famous personas spotlighted in the mainstream. For example, millions of folks hero worship Warren Buffett and roll out the red carpet for whatever musings dribble from his mouth. Warren Buffett says, "Do this. Do that." Seriously, if I have to suffer another article about Warren Buffett, I'm going to pull out what remaining hair I have left. Just to give you an idea how ridiculous it is, I recently read an article about Warren Buffett's diet. According to the article, he eats like a 6-year-old and consumes 5 cans of Coke a day. 58 great. Now we have a bunch of people who believe the secret to becoming a billionaire octogenarian is eating 200 grams of highly refined sugar every day. Well done, Warren. Next, we will hear about how Warren shits every day at 3 p.m., which of course will be copied by his devoted followers, as if mimicking his toilet habits will help assure his success. In our leaping syndrome example, thousands of people hear that billionaire Loney succeeded because he jumped off a building, so they start doing it, ignoring the randomness of the event as well as the other 14 million factors that attributed to the outcome. Behind the podium-popping epidemic, you'll find another psychological sandpit, the narrative fallacy, popularized by Nassim Nicholas Taleb's best-selling book, The Black Swan. As we go through life, our brain connects seemingly random and meaningless pieces of data and transcribes them into narrative form. That structured story is then used to justify or predict cause and effect. The narrative fallacy attempts to make sense of unpredictable and hugely variable events when in reality there is very little, if any, causation. Specifically, it oversimplifies life processes that are anything but simple. Podium popping grabs its narrative structure by grabbing random advice from random articles about random people and drawing the conclusions, that's why they are successful, and if I do what they do, I will succeed just like them. The narrative fallacy and its aftermath of podium poppers is probably the most ubiquitous form of bias. Hit your favorite entrepreneur website, and it's all about feeding the poppers their pills. The 14 productivity hacks of Elon Musk. 9 life tips from Steve Jobs. 12 super secrets of the super rich. While the above stories might have interesting and useful information, you are getting only a minor, fragmented story behind the success. How much? I'd say about 1% of it. And yet, because of the narrative fallacy, you will misattribute it to much more, 30, 50, 70%, and the next thing you know, you are jumping off a rooftop. I witness the narrative fallacy and receive pill requests practically every day at my inbox. Email after email, someone messages me asking for critical, life-altering advice, as if I know the right answer. Do I quit my job and start a business? Should I quit the military after 5 years? Do I drop out of college? My wife is the ultimate slow learner. Do I divorce her? Do I wipe my ass with my left or right hand? Let me get this straight. You want me, a stranger on the other side of the planet, to decide one of your most important life decisions based on a paragraph written in 45 seconds. It's ridiculous, and yet it happens daily. Podium popping's consequence is that it makes you think you can retread someone's story into your own. It makes you think that because X worked for him, X will work for me. The first issue with this thought line is it disrespects time and circumstance. For example, the specific steps I used to start a company 20 years ago are absolutely irrelevant today. Social media didn't exist. Neither did the phrase two-sided marketplace. I had to drag my butt down to the public library and find paying customers by scouring the nationwide yellow pages. Do yellow pages even exist anymore? Likewise, the strategies and tactics I used to start my business forum in 2007 would also be vastly different today. Publishing a book in 2010 versus 2016? Again, different. The point I'm making is this: you and I are in the same boat. If I wanted to start and succeed with a new project, I would not be as advantaged as you think. New successes blaze new roads, they don't trail old ones. Another problem with podium popping and the godlike worship of success tidbits is it presumes people are homogeneous, when in fact, we are all unique based on countless variables, genetics, personalities, education, upbringing, experience, management style, leadership style, financial resources, network associates, and culture are just a few qualities that make cherry-picked strategy practically worthless. I have tremendous respect for Steve Jobs' entrepreneurial accomplishments, and yet by many accounts, the guy was a first-class douchebag, parking his Mercedes in handicapped spots, humiliating employees, and throwing tantrums when he didn't get his way. Unsat, shall we presume any of these negative traits accounted for Jobs' iconic success? And if so, shall we now aspire for douchebaggery, considering it might be responsible for a legendary company like Apple? I hope not. We are all perfectly imperfect, including our heroes. While doing X, Y, and Z might have worked for Jobs, it might not work for you. Every one of us needs to stop hero-worshipping mortal beings and be our own heroes. Be a hero to your wife, to your family, and to your children. Stop trying to write your story with someone else's pen and instead start using your own. Survival spotlighting failures keep their mouths closed. Billionaire Lonnie Leaper says the secret to success is jumping off a building. He is a living testament to that advice. And unfortunately, he is also a living testament to the next psychological trap you'll encounter on your journey: survival spotlighting. Survival spotlighting, which is similar to podium popping, is when you focus on the survivors of some process because they are showcased, while overlooking those who are not, usually due to lack of visibility, and hence, you come to an inaccurate conclusion. After Lonnie dispenses his landmark advice, jump off a building, thousands of people jump off buildings and die as a consequence. And since we can't hear from those who have leaped and died, the media reports them as suicides, and life goes on. However, if the dead could talk, they'd expose the truth. This is the worst advice ever voiced. Success was my intent, not suicide. This is how survival spotlighting works. A survivor of some process is rolled out to a stage and dispenses glorious survivor advice. What don't you hear about? Everyone else that follows the same advice and has failed at it is failing or will fail. A lottery has millions of invisible losers, and yet one winner rises to the podium and is photographed and congratulated. When your buddy wins in Vegas, he is bragging on Facebook. Losses are sequestered and replaced with pictures of the Bellagio fountain instead. Behind survival spotlighting is the logic error, the survivor bias. And like the life or death consequences of the Leaper syndrome, the survivor bias's discovery also has its origins in life or death circumstance. During World War II, Abraham Wald and his colleagues were commissioned by the government to study long-range bombers, a notoriously high-risk job for pilots of the day. Their sole task: figure out how to keep more bombers and their pilots in the sky. The research started with simple observation. After a bomber returned from enemy territory, it was examined for damage. Data were graphed for each surviving plane. After a while, a pattern emerged. The common damage clusters always occurred in the tailgunner area, the middle underbody, and the wings. Riddled with shrapnel and bullet holes, Wald's colleagues concluded that these were the most vulnerable parts of the plane and should be reinforced with extra armor. Conversely, The front and rear undersides of the planes hosted little or no damage and they reasoned shouldn't be modified. Wald, a mathematician by trade, interrupted the groupthink and theorized the opposite. Can you see why? Wald argued that the damage clusters exhibited strength, not weakness, revealing exactly where the bombers could be hit and still survive the flight home. He added further that the most vulnerable areas of the plane were where there was no damage. Those areas needed reinforcement because planes exhibiting those damage clusters were blown out of the sky, not surviving the flight home. The Navy listened and reinforced the correct parts of the plane. More pilots survived. We won the war, and yes, the survivor bias was born. Exit. Fast forward 7 decades, and the survivor bias has not only survived but thrived. Take for example the compound interest scam described in Chapter 25. It's predicated on survival spotlighting. Millions play the Wall Street casino for wealth, and few live to enjoy it. Those who do are spotlighted and hero worshipped on the front page of Yahoo Finance. Behind the miraculous tale, you find a lonely leaper, a lifetime employee who hasn't suffered a job crunch or unexpected layoff for 40 years, a man who never dealt with a health crisis or an ugly divorce, a man who had foresight to sell in 1999 and 2008, and buy in 2002 and 2010, a man who hasn't vacationed or dined out in decades. Yes, just a caged, experience-starved existence barred by a job, a shack, and an obsessive relationship with money and a retirement date that may never come. In other words, you hear about a man whose epitaph shall read, "Here lies Bob, a man who lived poor but died rich." Here is another tale proving compound interest's survivor bias. I recently read a story fronting Business Insider, which told the miraculous tale of a 30-year-old millionaire who was currently succeeding the slow lane via a deprivation and saving strategy. This article also mentioned my fast lane strategy, implying that it was BS because this poor guy was succeeding a slow lane. This man also mentioned that his astonishing story was featured in the New York Times, on Business Insider, and in various other media outlets. Ya think? These results are so rare, so miraculous, so outlier that they are newsworthy and belong in the pages of an international newspaper. However, you know what stories aren't featured in the New York Times? Multimillionaire entrepreneurs who retire 40 years early and live lavishly, not because of Wall Street, experiential starvation or mind-numbing frugality, but because they provided massive value. Maybe I should nickname myself Money MJ or Dollar DeMarco. But these stories never make the front page of some financial website because it simply isn't unusual. Notably, a penny-pinching millionaire is newsworthy, an affluent entrepreneur living large is not, and such might incite the masses. Behind the extraordinary survival stories are the walking wounded, the people who have been living Wall Street's fairy tale and are treading failure. That's Walter and Helen in Sun City, who lost half their retirement portfolio in the 2008 crash. Financial advisors told them, "Be patient, the markets will bounce back." Unfortunately, Walter and Helen don't have the luxury of patience. Their story didn't make it into Kiplinger's, but instead made Sun City Independent's backpage obituaries. They died early, waiting for the markets to bounce back. So much for that European cruise they wanted to take. Then there is your average middle class, middle-aged worker who's been saving diligently, but not enough, because the stinking job market hasn't given a competitive salary opportunity. Or the capital markets aren't yielding 10% as promised by utopian charts. For him, compound interest is a mortal impossibility unless he lives to 130 years old or starts making $500,000 a year. He'll never retire and will work until death. Where's his story? In fact, where are all the baby boomer millionaires and billionaires? If compound interest was so effective, those nearing retirement should be set for life. And yet they are not. According to Teresa Ghilarducci, a professor of economics at the New School for Social Research, 75% of Americans approaching retirement age in 2010 had less than $30,000 in their retirement accounts. 75%. This begs the question, if 75% can barely scrape up and invest 30 Gs, how much do the other 25% have? Think they are all millionaires? Of course not. The median saved in this outlier group is a mere $55,000. The average amount is barely $110,000. Smell the smoking gun yet. 63. This data disrobes the emperor, survivors of compound interest and its ridiculous demands on savings and frugality are probably less than 1%. And yet the sky continues to rain leapers. Momentum paralysis, why you can't move despite movement. Ever hear the phrase, throwing good money after bad? How about only dead fish go with the flow? These statements best describe the next unscripted battle fought, momentum paralysis. Momentum paralysis is not about immobility, but being unable to depart from your current course of action. It is our tendency to allow momentum, or flow, to carry us through life rather than making proactive decisions, which are decidedly better for our future, even when those decisions have painful or uncomfortable attachments. For example, several years ago, I read 50 Shades of Grey, which probably ranks as one of the biggest mistakes of my life. Anyway, as an author, I was curious about the book. Seriously. With all the hype and hoopla, throwing women in a tizzy and banking millions, the book warranted an investigation. Several chapters into the book, I concluded a sulfuric acid bath would have been more pleasurable. Paragraph after paragraph, I found myself mimicking the Jackie Chan internet meme WTF. How many more times do I need to hear about Christian's grey eyes, his tousled hair, and her juvenile reaction to it? And yet, despite the 50 shades of literary torture I was suffering, guess what? I finished the damn book. As you can see, momentum paralysis keeps you attached to the same poor decision when the right decision is to stop, reverse course, or let it go. Behind our reversing inability is a fear of loss. In my 50 Shades example, I continued reading because I didn't want to feel I wasted 2 hours of my time. So I wasted 3 more thinking it would get better. I also continued reading because of FOMO. I didn't want to miss out. Was there literary genius lurking later in the book? A shocking plot curve curing its ills and explaining its Louvre-worthy reverence? Unfortunately, redemption never came, just more tousled hair and piercing grey eyes. Momentum paralysis is why people lose fortunes in the stock market. When you pay $100 for some hot stock shares, say etos.com, and then it drops to $80, oh no, you can't be wrong, can you? So you buy more at $80. Then it goes to $50 and yet again you buy more. And then you repeat this insanity all the way to zero. Behind your rationale was not stubbornness but righteousness and your desire not to miss the great gains that surely will be forthcoming. Are you in a soul-destroying relationship that needs to end? Momentum paralysis will keep you in it until you address the paralysis and the illogical excuses that keep you there. I'm great friends with his sister. I love his child. OMG, the thought of being single and dating again scares me. Whatever the rationale, it compels unchanging and continuing displeasing momentum. And the longer it goes on, the harder the momentum is to break. And then the excuse becomes, but we have been together for 12 years. The cognitive machinations behind momentum paralysis is a sunk cost fallacy. Sunk costs are time or money investments that cannot be recovered. These costs, and the perceived pain of acknowledging their loss, are what keep you doing shit you shouldn't be doing. For example, let's say you tragically followed the advice, do what you love, and opened a restaurant in your city's historic district. After 6 years and multiple business repositions and marketing initiatives, it's clear your eatery is barely profitable, earning your time a net of $6 per hour on a 7-day, 84-hour work week. But yeah, you are doing what you love, right? So is it time to quit and do something else? Logically, yes. But momentum paralysis says no. It says, hang on, and then unabashedly reminds you of the sunk costs. Remember that long fight with City Hall to get this location. Remember how hard it was hiring Chef Chavez, one of the city's best chefs. Remember winning the Daily Gazette's Best New Restaurant title 6 years ago. All of these memories, the sunk costs, keep you grinding a grind that should no longer be grind. In Chapter 40, we explore the business side of this quitting decision, but on the mind's side, momentum paralysis keeps you chained to your past while wasting away your future. This is important, especially for new entrepreneurs, because multiple failures precedes success. If momentum paralysis causes your first entrepreneurial failure to stew for 10 years, you are going to run out of life. Momentum paralysis and sunk costs are also why aspiring entrepreneurs stay aspiring. On my forum, there are several medical doctors who are tired of medicine and its domination by insurance companies and government regulation. By day, they manage emergency rooms. By night, they are building businesses. In my chats with these professionals, I can see their greatest challenge won't be business struggles but letting go of sunk costs associated with medicine. Our past decisions have deeply etched emotional attachments. And the greater those emotional attachments are years of schooling, training, residency, the harder abandonment becomes, hence not choosing what's best for the future but instead desiring to not see your past investment wasted. In the end, momentum paralysis is an illogical reaction to loss aversion. Again, thinking how you think gives you the logic to diffuse emotions stoking the fires. If you had to walk 20 miles to see your favorite musician, and during your walk's 13th mile discovered the concert was next week, would you walk the next 7 miles? Or would you logically admit the mistake and turn around? Of course you would, but inertial paralysis keeps us walking toward an empty venue. What empty outcomes are you walking toward? Chapter 27. Bullshit from Bullshitters. crutches, clichés, and cults. The most common lie is that which one lies to himself, lying to others is relatively an exception. Friedrich Nietzsche, philosopher. The three orders of bullshit. Spend any time at the gym, and you're probably familiar with the guy who skips leg day. The skip leg day guy is the waist-up muscular dude who has toothpicks for legs. Of course, these guys don't skip their leg workouts periodically, they skip them entirely. Instead, their gym focus is tight shirt aesthetics, arms, chest, shoulders, visible assets attracting the ladies' eyes. Confront skip leg day dude about why he doesn't press or squat, and he'll say some bullshit like this. I have bad knees. Both my ankles are short. How do I know? LOL. Because I was once that bullshitter. And yeah, those were my excuses. Thanks to basketball injuries and a motorcycle accident, both excuses had slivers of truth. However, both were strawman excuses, superficial justifications I grasped while avoiding squat rack pain. This story exemplifies the next B among the three B's bullshit. Bullshit 1.0 is crutches, the stinking pile of excuses and manufactured fairy tales we tell ourselves. These scapegoats justify do-nothingness. Other times, they explain away failures or circumstances. And as long as we clutch these convenient fantasies, change, adversity, and righteousness bribe us into buying our victimhood. Bullshit 2.0 is clichés, a bunch of meaningless mantras and proverbs revered as gospel, pithy slogans, sweet and soothing, reassuring, and unfortunately, invitations for more do-nothingness. And bullshit 3.0 is cults and their leaders, gurus and slithery figureheads who will fill your head with whatever you want it filled with. Bullshit 1.0 crutches, your cerebral dogma. The bullshit dwelling in our heads is what I call cerebral dogma, a mental menagerie of crutches and specious vignettes that insulate our egos and protect us from doing what's uncomfortable. As you can see in my crusade against the squat rack, cerebral dogma is an equal opportunity employer. However, behind the cerebral dogma, neuroscientists found a much larger story woven. An internal story of self, identity, and reason. An internal story upon which we cling, a mental framework that guides us, protects us, and helps us organize and map a chaotic world, your narrative bias. Whereas the narrative fallacy storyboards random data and events for other people, your narrative bias storyboards yours. Your narrative bias parts your identity and glues the construction of self. It's how you make sense of the world, even if that sense is based on a lie. The negative or inaccurate part of your narrative bias is your cerebral dogma, the thought snippets skewing truth, clouding reality, and routinely excusing action. And like other scripted fibbery, your cerebral dogma acts like a protective mother, insulating egos from the harsh realities of harsh truths. See that young guy driving an expensive supercar. Your cerebral dogma argues, meh, spoiled trust fund brat or lucky. This explains away your failures and spares your ego a confrontation with lurking truths. Many times that narrative is a momentous lie constructed from a filament of truth. Yes, my ankles are about as reliable as a 72 pin 2. But no, they wouldn't really prevent me from pressing a rack. Other times, your cerebral dogma exposes itself as a self-defeating soundtrack, an inner monologue constantly reminding you about your weaknesses, your dire circumstances, and your failings. For example, commit to Unscripted and expect your cerebral dogma to fire up the Rolodex of excuses. You don't have any money. You don't have the right skills. You are too old. You are too young. You live in the wrong neighborhood. You are too ugly. You have a family to support. You don't have the right degree. You don't know the right people. You know it's too hard. You know your job keeps you too busy. Excuse 93, 94, 95. In other instances, cerebral dogma honors are self-immolated sacred cows, short, succinct statements regarded as solid obstructions when they are anything but. Things like, "Oh, I hate living in Chicago, but we can't move, my family is here. We go on vacation every year, finances can't stop our family tradition. The best jobs are in Silicon Valley, good tech jobs don't exist elsewhere." And because your sacred cows are regarded as fact, you are excused from the dinner table. Inaction, mediocrity, failure, there is a good reason for all of it. Legs? Hell no, my ankles are short. Like a crutch, cerebral dogma props up your ego and your biases, righteousness, antithetical apathy, change, adversity, and the rest. Like a little devil perched on your shoulder, your narrative dogma advocates for the status quo. Until we start surveilling our thoughts, our brain risks remaining feral and unfit to command the troops. Bullshit, though the Shamlav script speak and franken phrases. Beware of juicy mantras and clever platitudes shoring up mediocrity. Bullshit 2.0 is the syrupy script speak everyone loves to repeat but no one interrogates. And no to critique means yes to bullshit. Many of these dictums shine your glass house while seeding its lawn with do-nothingness. Yes, more change, adversity, and antithetical apathy. Anytime you accept script speak as an incontrovertible statement, you risk allowing that cliché to distort the process principle, hence distorting results. Here are some popular ones not limited to business. Fat makes you fat. These super snack cookies are fat-free, so I just ate 10. I'm sure my metabolic syndrome won't be impacted by all the sugar I just ate. It takes money to make money. I'm broke and will always be broke. No sense fighting a battle that can't be won. Good things come to those who wait. I'm just gonna sit here and twiddle my thumbs while waiting for good things. Maybe when it finds me it will have a $1 lakh check. Better safe than sorry. I know I will eventually find a zero-risk opportunity somewhere. Until then, I will play it safe. 80% of success is just showing up. Once I graduate and get my degree in gender studies, employers will hire me because I'm a good person with a good degree. I'm confident I will make at least 250K a year. It's not what you know but who. Success is knowing the right people, so why bother improving my skills? I'm just going to email Jeff Bezos and see if he is willing to mentor me. I'm sure he'll welcome me into his inner circle. Money doesn't buy happiness. I can be happy being broke, aside from the money fights with my wife. Besides, there is no way I'm going to turn into one of those rich pricks. Let's talk about my favorite BASSCRIPT speak, money doesn't buy happiness. Whenever someone shoves this turd in your face, get ready for some real laughs. I have been broke and rich, and let me tell you, the comparison is like canned spam to 5-star steakhouse Kobe. No matter what study or academic research concludes, there is no truth to money doesn't buy happiness, because the studies never account for how the money is used. Is it used to consume? Or is it used to maximize freedom within our free-range cage? Take for instance this old folktale floating around the web. It's an idealistic sap story implying that money doesn't buy happiness. It goes like this: an American businessman stood at the pier of a small coastal Mexican village when a small boat with just one fisherman docked. Inside the small boat were several large yellowfin tuna. The American complimented the Mexican on the quality of his fish. How long did it take to catch them? The American asked. Only a bit, the Mexican replied. Why don't you stay out longer and catch more fish? The American then asked. I have enough to support my family's immediate needs, the Mexican said. But the American then asked, what do you do with the rest of your time? The Mexican fisherman said, I sleep late, play with my children, take a siesta with my wife, take evening strolls to the village, where I sip wine and play guitar with my amigos. I have a full and busy life, senor. The American scoffed, I have a Harvard MBA, and I could help you. You should spend more time fishing, and with the proceeds, you buy a bigger boat, and with the proceeds from the bigger boat, you could buy several boats. Eventually you would have a fleet of fishing boats. Instead of selling your catch to a middleman, you could sell directly to the consumers, eventually opening your own cannery. You would control everything. You would need to leave your small village and move to the big city to manage your expanding enterprise. The Mexican fisherman asked, but senor, how long will this all take? To which the American replied, 10 to 15 years. But what then, senor? The American laughed and said, well, that's the best part. When the time is right, you would sell your company and become very rich, you would make millions. Millions, senor. Then what? The American said slowly, then you would retire, move to a small coastal fishing village, where you would sleep late, play with your kids, take a siesta with your wife, take evenings strolls to the village, where you could sip wine and play guitar with your amigos. The reasonable moral to the story is money doesn't buy happiness. Except you didn't hear the rest of the story, the one that isn't shared. Here it is. Soon after the American left, things changed. The government, desperate for tax dollars, levied a series of boating, gaming, and license fees. To continue fishing, the Mexican must pay $400 for a fishing license, a $200 environmental fee, a $350 game endorsement, and $1,800 in mooring fees. If he doesn't pay us up, the Mexican will be barred from fishing. Unfortunately, after paying all the fees, the Mexican has little money left to insure and license his boat. Unable to legally operate at his favorite coastal town, the Mexican fisherman drives 3 hours south to another town, where the quality of the fish is poor. The long drive takes its toll on the Mexican's car, where it ultimately breaks down. In order to fix his car, he needs $200 for a water pump and $400 for a radiator. This is after he pays $600 to get his car towed back to his village. But this story is about to get worse. When the Mexican fails to pay the mooring fees to the harbor master, he loses his boat. The Mexican fisherman who spent most of his days in a state of unpreparedness and merriment, strumming around with his friends, sipping wine, is now unable to support his family. His wife divorces him. The Mexican now sings a different tune with his amigos, something along the lines of "money can buy happiness." Which one of these stories sounds more realistic? In both stories, the Mexican has the same goal, freedom with his friends and family. That's worthy. Unfortunately, when money is removed from a real-world existence, idealism turns into a nightmare, a repeated reality found in every civilized country worldwide: bills, fees, taxes, life overhead, and money problems. The problem isn't the Mexican's goal, freedom, the problem is he was lazy and disrespected money's role. He didn't save, prepare, or produce in excess of consumption. Money buys happiness when you let it buy your freedom. When Frankenstein talks, he speaks Franken phrases. Entrepreneurship is also rife with clichés and mantras du jour, which I call Franken phrases. Franken phrases, synonymous with the famous zombie Frankenstein, turn aspiring entrepreneurs into parroting windbags. Franken phrases are bussy buzzwords that enter the business vernacular, from fail fast or agile to lean to startup to even my own ideology, fast lane. The problem with Franken phrases is they can become obstacles to effective process. Now I am not suggesting that these phrases are without merit. The issue is when entrepreneurs parrot these phrases and don't know what they mean. I see this happen at my forum, which isn't immune to either cerebral dogma or Franken phrases. Is this fast lane? Has been asked on my forum about 10 gazillion times in the last 7 years. Fast lane. Do you even know what that means? Have you read the 300 plus page book? Do you know the 5 commandments? No. No. And no. But hey, it sounds like it can make me rich fast, right? Here is another scenario repeated just about every week. Let me give you the Cliff's Notes. I just spent $10 at Facebook to funnel traffic to a landing page I spent 90 seconds creating to advertise a product I found after 10 minutes of searching at Alibaba. I have a 0 conversion rate, a 100% bounce rate, and average visitor time of 3 seconds. Should I fail fast and try something else? And then there is my favorite, the word startup, which apparently is now ubiquitous for everything not involving a job. Let me get this straight, you send exploding litter in the mail. Startup. Lemonade stand. Startup. Installed WordPress and bought a $29 theme. Wow, you have got yourself a startup. Unfortunately, calling your venture a startup puts you no closer to your first customer, your first dollar of revenue, or your first conversion any more than driving through Bel Air and calling yourself the Fresh Prince. The point of my rant is to stop with the damn Franken phrases. Stop asking if something is fast lane, or a startup, or lean, and start asking what needs to be done to win your first customer. Bullshit 3.0 cults, beware of gurus bearing gifts. Whatever you want to believe, there is a guru cult out there helping you believe it. And most of it is bullshit. Want to believe in shortcuts? There is a shortcut and loopholes guru who will tell you all the secret special hacks to accomplish anything while bypassing the difficult steps. Want to get rich sitting at the Wall Street craps table for 50 years? There is a legion of gurus who, for a commission, are willing to steer you into the right hedge fund, the right mutual fund, or the right ETF. Want to believe, do what you love is the secret to life. There are gurus for that too, people who claim to do what they love while selling do what you love. Interesting. And my favorite, if you want to learn how to perfect masterful sales funnels so you can upsell a bunch of worthless PDFs, secret reports, and antiquated marketing strategies to the same fools over and over, there is a pack of gurus for that as well. In my first book, I affectionately called myself an anti-guru, and while that cantankerous position might label me a hater, I'm not hating, I'm cautioning. My issue with most gurus is something I addressed in my first book, The Paradox of Practice. The paradox of practice is the art of selling a strategy that the author doesn't really use or that isn't responsible for making him rich. It's not practicing what you preach. It's selling real estate books, but you don't own any real estate. It's selling entrepreneurship, but you never built anything profitable. It's selling fitness, but you are flabby. It's selling a get-rich book, but, well, you are not rich. A member of my forum once complained in a thread, all guru books are a road to nowhere. Of course, I interjected and responded, I disagree. All guru books are a road into their sales funnel. Earlier I mentioned Tony Robbins and how he lost my fandom. His latest book was rife with duplicity and practice paradoxes. When did Mr. Robbins morph from motivational speaker to a compound interest shill? Is that why he's achieved the 1% among the 1%? Does the switcheroo have something to do with a back-end sales funnel and potentially herding readers into recommended firms where his involvement and monetary association could be suspiciously questioned? Obviously, Tony and I won't be doing any podcasts soon. Anyhow, when it comes to gurus, and even public figures, ask yourself, is this person genuine and speaking from the heart? Or speaking from the cash register? Is he famously wealthy from his advice where what he says equals what he does? The only true test to guru believability is this: authenticity. Authenticity is congruence. Truth over lies. Practicing what you preach. Authenticity is writing a book to change lives, not tripwiring your unsuspecting reader into big-ticket seminars, commissioned financial products, or coaching programs. Authenticity is not a hidden agenda. Authenticity is speaking the truth and not caring about whom you might offend and how it impacts your book sales. I have been critical of Warren Buffett, and that's not to impugn his mega success. My challenge is authenticity. In my opinion, he portrays himself as a retail stock picker, as if he buys stock like you and I while slurping his fifth Coke of the day. The truth behind his fortune isn't buy and hold and value investing but value creation and enhancement through entrepreneurship. In reality, Warren's billionaire status has nothing to do with buying stocks like Iggy Investor and everything to do with business building and shareholder activism. Warren is the ultimate producer who can move markets with the mere mention of new equity investment. And when the scripted stock picker walks into the casino and invests in this system, it keeps that system churning with new money and hopefully bigger share prices. So the next time you are lapdogging the next salacious piece of advice from your saluted hero, ask yourself, is it authentic? Is it true speak from the heart or double speak from the wallet? As you know, I don't recommend network marketing or patronize their bots. I lose thousands of dollars in book sales because of this authenticity. And blasting the mainstream's sacred cow, compound interest? Yeah, that's not going to endear me to the financial world, and it certainly won't sell this book either. That's the price of authenticity. So before you kneel before Zod and salute the next guru walking the plank of sanctimony, consider this: the best gurus aren't gurus at all. Shark tanker Kevin O'Leary, known for his vitriolic outspokenness, isn't interested in protecting your feelings when he posits your crappy invention sucks. When he spouts off, "You're insane," because you think $10,000 in revenue equates to a $10 million valuation, he is not aiming for political correctness. He is authentic. And authenticity is the only true test of Gurudo, whether the individual knows it or not. When Kevin O'Leary gives advice, I know I'm not being greased for a sales funnel or a back-end agenda. When Peter Thiel speaks or writes a book, I listen because I hear authenticity. I know he isn't at the Hilton Garden Inn hosting $10,000 seminars for silver bullet entrepreneurs who are urged to act now, grab your credit card, and run to the back of the room. Burying bullshit, 3 bulldozers technique 1, Socratic questioning. Burying bullshit requires hard questioning. If you want to weaken the scripted OS, call yourself out. The key to having an effective call-out is Socratic questioning. Socratic questioning is a disciplined inquiry into trains of thought. By looking into the depths of these trains, biases, assumptions, and possible blocks of progress are uncovered. Take this example: you see a young man driving a supercar and automatically label him a trust fund brat. Socratic questioning looks like this. Why did you conclude the driver is a trust fund brat? Because he is young, and young guys can't afford stuff like that. Do you have evidence supporting this conclusion? No, but one guy I know drives a BMW 10 Series which he got for his birthday. Is this direct evidence in this circumstance? A fact? No, I guess not. If your thought was proven false and the young man was actually self-made, how would that make you feel? Then I'd guess I'd feel inadequate, even jealous. Why do you think you feel that way? Probably because I haven't done much with my life, and I still live at home with my parents. Why would you feel like that? Is it justified? Pretty much. I play a lot of video games and haven't found a good job. The last time I read a book was To Kill a Mockingbird in high school. What's the effect of thinking or believing your assumption? I guess it gives me a good reason to keep doing what I'm doing and feel okay with it. What could change if you no longer held this assumption? That anything is possible, even for me. Well, assuming I work hard and get some luck too. Luck, let's talk about that. Socratic questioning drills into mental roadblocks. It probes assumptions and demands evidence. When you dig deep into underlying positions and are honest about your thoughts, you'll find, once again, that your brain is protecting your narrative bias, which protects your ego or a status quo. How would eliminating the belief, or reversing it, set a different course? Changing your head means throwing on your Perry Mason hat, whipping out the Marlboros, and putting your brain in the interrogation chair. Technique though, the cancer corollary. CANCER. Cancer. Quite possibly the most powerful word in the English language. From a doctor, it's the most devastating thing you'll hear. From a loved one, it marks the starting line of the most harrowing emotional journey one can face. And I pray you are spared from both scenarios. However, if cancer ever had a shred of positivity to it, here it is. It's called the cancer corollary. The cancer corollary is a hypothetical syllogism that exposes cerebral bullshit and eradicates it. Used willfully, it kills paper crutches and dartboard excuses. Anytime your cerebral dogma mouths off and argues you are too young, too old, too poor, to this and to that, the cancer corollary breaks the pattern. I apologize for the suggestion, but it works like this. Hypothetically assume you have been diagnosed with cancer and your mortality has been redefined from decades to months. Also assume a cancer cure exists. The cure, formulated by one individual named Joe Blow, is just $5,000. And you aim to buy it. Now consider this. Before opening your wallet and giving your cash to Joe Blow, will you consider or ask about any of Joe Blow's personal characteristics or motives before buying? For example, what if you learned that Joe was just 19 years old? Would you still want the cure? How about 83 years old? What if Joe was the ugliest guy on the planet, with a broomstick for a leg and breath so bad that he could offend a skunk? Still want the cure? What if Joe failed gym class in high school, didn't have a college degree, and hated every moment while creating his cure? Still interested in saving your life? What if you learned that Joe was a gay atheist who had $15 in his checking account, owned a gun, was a member of Greenpeace, and voted Republican? Still want to buy the cure? As you can see, when someone has what you desperately want or need, their backstory becomes irrelevant. And this is relevant because it proves that race, education, divorce, marriage, ugliness, this, that, all are self-funded delusions. The fact is, when you have what others want, no one cares about your circumstances, your whys, your motives, your degree, your history, your anything. Money's velocity is driven by one simple question: do you have something I want, and if so, what will it cost me? Politics are the only thing that can poison consumer buying decisions, turning buyers into boycotters. The more urgent the need want, the stronger the defense. Technique. Teen identity cataclysms. My mother smoked cigarettes most of her youth. She tried quitting for years and couldn't shake the habit. Then one day she saw a television PSA that showed the blackened, charred lungs of a chronic smoker. At the time, she was pregnant with me, and the sight of the cauterized lung mortified her. Was this what I was doing to my lungs? And what about my unborn child? Instantly, everything changed, and her identity shifted. In that moment, she went from a smoker trying to quit to a non-smoker. Mom never touched a cigarette again, and as she recalls, it was an easy quit. You see, when your identity shifts from what you want to be to what you are, your actions will fight to maintain the identity. If someone offers me a cigarette, I don't ponder the question. The answer is an instinctive and immediate no thanks, because my identity is I am a non-smoker. The truth is, most books, including this one, are ineffective change agents because readers rely on willpower to drive action. Willpower and motivation have been proven ineffective as depleting resources. They rarely work at creating habits, the agents of permanent change. Real change comes from identity and self, not from interim motivations jump-started by books or YouTube binging. Basically, you have to be what you want to become first so the actions can follow. Don't talk about it, be about it. B. Act on being. Then have. For example, if you are in the aspiring entrepreneur category, it's most likely because your identity is not consecrated as an entrepreneur, but instead something like I'm an Intel employee, and I would love to quit my job someday and start a business. You are not a non-smoker who's experienced a shift cataclysm, you are simply a smoker trying to quit and, unfortunately, will probably be for life. When you identify as an entrepreneur, you will do whatever it takes to quit your job and succeed as one because your identity seeks congruence. Identified as an employee looking to quit, and your identity is congruent with the status quo, you won't do what's necessary, and instead, actions become convenient and trivial. My identity shifted when I saw a Lamborghini as a teenager. From that day my identity was 100% entrepreneur, keeping me tracked forward even though my actions weren't always entrepreneurial. Debt and 5 years of corporate grooming at college can do that. To keep the boats floated and the dream alive, I worked menial jobs better suited for a high school dropout, not a dual-degreed college grad who tossed his cap with honors. It took me over 10 years before my identity as an entrepreneur B, followed by act matched my results have. That's the power of identity. How you see yourself makes or breaks the foundation you work with. The sturdy ground of this is me or the motionless treadmill of this might be me. So how do you change your identity? First, identify what you want to be and label yourself as such. Unfortunately, this isn't easy unless it's attached to an emotional episode, a shift cataclysm, which also can double as your fuck this event. For me, it was a white Lamborghini. For my mom, a scarred lung. For you, perhaps it's the boss taking credit for your work. Whatever it is, allow your emotions to do the shifting. Second, reinforce and ratify your identity by taking regular action, no matter how small. If your new identity is someone who's decisively decided to be healthy after a stroke, a small action might be no thanks to happy hour pizza. Unfortunately, unlike my mom's identity shift causing her to go cold turkey with immediate 100% compliance, such isn't likely. Instead, aim for the daily action and improvement found within the process principle. James Clear, author of Transform Your Habits, recommended read, says prove your identity daily. This happens with small wins and minor improvements. If your new identity is I am an author, write a few paragraphs a day. Build on your prior effort, where the net effect is an upswing. As I mentioned in the process principle, once feedback echoes pour in, congratulations. That's when things get easier, habits dig in, and others take notice. A 1% daily evidentiary shift for 1 year will transform you into a new person to the point you wouldn't recognize your current self. Entrepreneurship lives or dies in your head. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of entrepreneurship live and die in your head, reversing beliefs, unbinding biases, and confronting bullshit. An autopilot brain, which isn't trained to think how it thinks, will find their unscripted effort likened to an hour at the casino, short and not sweet. Entrepreneurship is a tough but rewarding sport. But it must be lived, not tried. Master the 3 B's and congratulations, shift your tassel and graduate into the heart of the unscripted entrepreneurial framework, the first circle, MP, where happiness is unearthed. Meaning and purpose. I am an author, entrepreneur, and an investor. How do you currently identify yourself? Unemployed college grad? Car salesman? And does it serve your goals?